Emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff. And
Good morning. I'd like to call the April 9th, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Chair Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
I'd like to invite Supervisor McGordy to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to agenda item number 2, public expression. Public expression is the portion of the agenda that allows the public to speak for 2 to 3 minutes on any item of interest, so long as it is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. While members of the public are welcome to address the board, under the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from engaging in deliberation or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. Any member of the board is welcome to add an agenda item to a future calendar by working with the chair and the clerk of the board. If you wish to provide comment on items of interest that are not on the agenda, please come forward at this time. If you could please form a line at the podium so I can tell how many speakers we have, that's helpful. If you are on Zoom and wish to make public comment, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 if you're calling via telephone. And I do see that we have some members of the public that have come forward, and if you could please state your name for the record, it is appreciated.
All right. Do I just leave this here?
You could pull it forward.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Manina Harris, and this is my second time this year appearing before the board. I am a certified dog trainer and behavioral consultant in our community. It's in that role that I've been made aware of numerous times of issues regarding animals, dogs in particular, often cats, and the role that our animal welfare group has in working with those animals. And you may remember that I wrote a letter in January and sent it to each of you and also appeared here. And I won't go into all the details of what I described in that letter because really what I'm trying to get is get this issue brought before the board as an agenda item so that there can be some discussion and that community members can come forward and make comments, and so that we can get something going to improve the state of animal welfare in our community. It is a life and death situation, and it doesn't involve just, okay, a dog, life and death. Some people think that that's important, other people don't. But to the extent that we continue to let these problems grow in our community, we do have dangers and risks to humans as well. There are, in the Covelo area, I have been made aware that there are packs of dogs that run, and that's a risk to humans in that community. I would not like to see that spread throughout the rest of our community. The solution isn't to go and kill all these dogs. The solution is to start putting in place some of the things that I brought up as issues: spay and neuter, being more available in our community, picking up stray dogs, working with the community to provide a structure that supports both animals and humans in our community. So again, I'm making a plea that this be added as an agenda item soon, not next year, but sometime soon, so that we can get this addressed.
I believe Supervisor Williams has a question for you.
Okay.
Yeah, your plea is heard. For the board, through the chair, I'm worried that I've heard a number of concerns from the public, and sometimes all it takes is having the department head and the public talking to share information, and we can alleviate a lot of contention. What do you see as the best? You want it to be an agenda item, or could we ask the department head to set up a listening session and meet offline, and if that doesn't resolve it, then bring it to us? I want to find a path where everybody can get talking and see if we can reach a solution without it becoming contentious.
I would look towards the CEO. I believe we have the department head's review on an upcoming agenda, and the board can direct that happen. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is Helen Duffy. I'm a resident of Ukiah, and I am here to urge you to issue a resolution in favor of a ceasefire in Gaza. I know some people may think that that is not Board of Supervisor business, but the fact is that a lot of the things that happen on a federal level here in the United States happen because local government takes a stand on things when the federal government has not acted quickly enough. And the fact that our tax money is going toward a situation that is increasingly untenable is a cause for concern for all of us. In the process of petitioning over the last few weeks, I've personally spoken to over 100 residents of Mendocino County. Among them, probably 2% have declined to sign the petition, and others have not expressed, and these have not expressed opposition, but only distraction, like they didn't have time or one thing or another. We've been met with overwhelming gratitude and concern for the situation, and gratitude that we were bringing it to local government, and the role of the U.S. in providing political cover for a humanitarian catastrophe is is one that concerns us all. I am urging you to pass a ceasefire resolution in support of the people of Gaza and Israel to keep this from being something that weighs on our conscience for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation always. Not enough of it, that's for sure. My recent discussions with everyone and with myself, the war is with ourselves, with negativity, not being engaged in local issues. The lady that came up here and spoke about the dogs in Covelo, I don't even have to go far. Gratitude and appreciation. That's somebody that's in the war on the front line. It's these little, they have a word for this, which is, basic human condition is not being met. And why is it always Covelo that we forget about? So while we're talking about the Covelo and these dogs, this little issue, that affects everything in the life of the people up in Covelo. So I appreciate that person brought that forward. But specifically, my gratitude and appreciation this week is for Ukiah PD. Again, people that don't get enough. And I think it's funny that we have a police chief named Crook. Nobody seems to appreciate that like I do. But he's been extremely responsive. His officers are extremely responsive. They get an A+ for being at the market again this week. Another gratitude and appreciation I don't ever want to forget is the farmers market. And I've always pointed out, and again, it's the little things, the quality of life issues. Dogs and the farmers market. Now, how does that even come together? Well, it does, because the farmers market is not being patronized. And that's just a shame, but on top of that, it shows me that people don't really care about the community. I mean, we've been working really hard. I mean, our manager right now is a little slack. I'm going to have to throw that out there, but we're all about the quality of life stuff. And then they're entrepreneurs, they're people that are starting businesses here, so they're a reflection of all of us. So the things that we're fighting are within ourselves and within our community. It's apathy and just not caring. People didn't show up for the election. They don't show up for the dogs in Covelo. We don't show up for Covelo at all. I talked about priorities when I first got up here. Let's have some priorities. Last year, this board worked out a lot of things. A lot of things got brought to light that we're going to have to work out this year. That's all good. Let's do that in our community and our individual selves. Nobody's willing to do that. They're willing to complain and come just endlessly, but no solutions. So thank you for all the people that are bringing those and working on the dogs in Covelo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is William Chorno, and I am also a resident of Ukiah. And I am also here to urge the board to take up a resolution for a ceasefire and immediate free flow of humanitarian aid to Gaza. I also believe that this is within the purview of the board. I think it is urgent that all citizens and government bodies at all levels stand up when a genocide is taking place. For over 7 months, 8 months actually, civilian neighborhoods have been razed to the ground. The civilian population has been denied access to safe drinking water and electricity. Every hospital in Gaza has been destroyed. Every university has been destroyed. The fishing fleet of Gaza has been destroyed. The civilian population has been denied safe drinking water and electricity. Aid convoys have been attacked. Everything that a population needs to survive has been systematically destroyed. Now the people of Gaza are starving to death. Imagine watching your children starve to death in front of you. One day we will be asked, when the genocide in Palestine happened, what did you do? To remain silent is to condone the genocide. I urge you to place on your agenda and to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire and for the free flow of humanitarian aid. Thank you very much.
My name is Robert Kurtzfeld, and I live in Ukiah. It's hard to explain. I'm standing here right now because I really don't know what else to do. Like, when I was a child growing up, I heard so much about the Holocaust all my life. I was told that our country was neutral. All over the world, Jews were in the middle of being exterminated in Europe, and they weren't allowed to immigrate all over the world. It wasn't a big agenda in America in 1941, 1942, 1943. Roosevelt, it's the one place in his power that he wasn't that compassionate when a boatload of immigrants came that were Jewish to survive the Holocaust. And people were told, we can't do anything. You know, it's not for us to get involved. Our silence, our sitting here, you know, you have computers in front of you, and it's like a shield or a wall, but can we feel in our hearts what's going on? Can we allow what's going on to go on to a people who they don't have the weapons to fight back? It's not a war, it's been a massacre. They don't have a voice, but they're hoping that the world would respond to what's going on, because Israel's never reacted like this. Is there something we can do? This is pretty minimal. We're all responsible because we just sit here and talk about it. There's polls around the country that show a majority of the people are against this. We don't want our tax dollars to go towards this. And we just sit here and say, it's not our responsibility. We can't do anything. One soldier, a United States soldier, burned himself alive because he was tired of just sitting around and not expressing the depth of his feelings. Did he just die for nothing? I remember as a kid in Vietnam War when monks were burning themselves, trying to say something. The war went on for 10 more years. This is just going to be a red dot on a map. But Biden right now is worried. There's different states are doing different things. There's no votes happening. You know, people are saying no vote, not, you know, just to leave it blank, all over the country now.
Thank you for your comments. I do want to be respectful of everybody's time. I'm having everyone 3-minute limit, so if we could please have the
had
next
10
speaker.
more seconds, but that's...
Your time was up, but I thank you very
I'm
much.
Sorry.
Hello. My name is Megan Wolf. I'm a Ukiah resident, and I'm here to encourage the Board of Supervisors to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. So many of us in Mendocino County have been urging our elected officials at every level to take action. And so far, only the Fort Bragg City Council has listened to their community and passed a ceasefire resolution. I am Jewish. The Polish town that my family is from no longer has a Jewish community. Most of them were murdered in the Treblinka death camp. For my entire life, I could never understand how something that horrific could happen. I wondered, how could people do nothing during those horrors? I am horrified to say I now understand how Holocausts happen because I'm watching one in Gaza. And I learned from my experience at the Ukiah City Council that Holocausts happen when people say it's not our business. But what's happening in Gaza is our business, especially when our tax dollars are funding the genocide. This is a local issue because our community is affected by it. We have Palestinian Americans in our community watching their homelands and cultural sites being destroyed, loved ones in grave danger or murdered. A ceasefire resolution tells our Palestinian community, we see your experience and we do not support the genocide of your people. A ceasefire resolution tells our entire community that we do not support genocide and we do not want our tax dollars funding it. I urge you to look at the written public comments that have been submitted to this agenda, and you will see overwhelming support for a ceasefire resolution from across the county. Please listen to your constituents, follow the lead of Fort Bragg, and call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Catherine Flink. I'm a farmer in the local community, and I work at a family resource center assisting homeless families. And I consider myself somebody very invested in this community and county. And I'm here urging y'all to issue a ceasefire proclamation. It is just overwhelming to me what is happening. And if you could imagine every person in every city in this county dead within 6 months, that's the scale we're looking at. Injured, everybody in this county injured within the next 6 months. And then the populations of Mendocino, Sonoma, Marin, Napa, Humboldt, Lake, Del Norte, and San Francisco, all displaced and starving. That is the scale of disaster we're looking at. And we can't stand by while our government continues to fund this. I'm asking you to use our voice to speak up to those who have the power to stop this. Please call on them to call for a ceasefire. We have called their offices and we need you to amplify our calls. Thank you for hearing my comment.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Linda Helland. I live in Ukiah. Please pass a ceasefire proclamation for the County of Mendocino to end the war on Gaza. You were elected to listen to and represent the people of Mendocino County. Polls show that over 67% of Americans support an immediate permanent ceasefire. People in Mendocino County are even more in support of peace. In fact, we have over 1,476 signatures in support of a ceasefire from across the county. The overwhelming majority of passersby enthusiastically supported and signed the petition. This is a local issue, as over $1,168,000 from Mendocino County residents' federal taxes funded weapons for Israel to use on Palestinian civilians this year and every year. The continuing weapons shipments violate 6 U.S. laws. Far from being tangential to county business, this decision to oppose or look away from genocide is among the most important decisions you will make. It will be your legacy. This is your moment to decide what you will tell your grandchildren when they ask you, when the genocide was happening, what did you do? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mariah Gillarden. I live on Ore Springs Road. I support everybody here who asks you to send a petition for an immediate permanent ceasefire. I heard in the city council discussions many comments on, do we even have the right to ask you? Do we even have the power to effect something? And I asked for legal advice, and this is what I heard. Cities, towns, and counties routinely and properly send petitions to Congress for all kinds of requests. This is allowed under Clause 3, Rule 12, Section 819 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. This clause is routinely used for all kinds of petitions coming from cities, states, all across the U.S. The same right of us to petition you and you to pass it on is established in the Jefferson Manual, the rules book for the House, originally written by Thomas Jefferson for the Senate. An interesting case is a case from 1967, the era of the Vietnam War. In the ruling, Farley versus Healy, 67 Cal 2D 325, this ruling came out in favor of citizens' right to place a referendum on the ballot opposing the Vietnam War. And the ruling was, quote, as representatives of local communities, board of supervisors, and city councils have traditionally made declarations of policy on matters of concern to the community, whether or not they had power to effectuate such declarations by binding legislation. And the last paragraph is, indeed, one of the purposes of local government is to represent its citizens before the Congress, the legislature, and administrative agencies in matters over which the local government has no power but the right. Even in matters of foreign policy, it is not uncommon for local legislative bodies to make their positions known. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody want this?
If you could leave it there, the clerk will collect it and scan it
Okay.
and include it in the record. Thank you.
I'm Susan Stern. I'm a Jewish constituent of Ukiah and obviously of Mendocino County too. And I'm here to urge you to pass a ceasefire proclamation. Others have spoken eloquently about many reasons to do so. I want to emphasize that our city council argued, among other things, but they argued that resolutions calling for a permanent ceasefire are foreign policy and that foreign policy is outside the purview of local jurisdictions. And I'm here to say that that's not the case. What we do in Mendocino County can affect global issues, especially at a time when our president and administration are ignoring the court by continuing to support Israel financially and politically, and each day is killing and injuring hundreds of civilians, a historically unprecedented number of whom are children, then it's everyone's responsibility to speak out. And our representatives, our politicians, US citizens, and the world, they are paying attention. And these issues do directly affect Mendocino County constituents. The increase in Islamophobia, in the increase in anti-Arab discrimination, the increase in anti-Semitism, it's directly a result of Israel's war on Gaza. And that should also impact the decision to take a stance and support a permanent ceasefire. We should also be continually asking ourselves what kind of county we want to live in. And it should be, I hope, the kind of county that speaks up and joins with others across the county, across the state, across the country, and across the world to send a really strong message that we must not be silent and we must not be complicit. We must not ignore the more than 33,000 Palestinians and 1,100 Israelis that have been killed and those who will continue to die from bombs and starvation. So I urge you to listen to your constituents, not in my name, not in our name, not in the name of Mendocino County. We need a ceasefire proclamation now.
Thank you.
Hi there. I'm Francesca Cincuti from the coast and a Mendocino resident. Sorry, I have to read this. Mendocino resident and business owner. I support the 40 Congress people who just on April 5th, including our rep, Jared Huffman, signed a letter to President Biden asking to halt all weapon transfers, including the most recent request of $2.5 billion to Israeli Defense Forces. Secondly, I very much support a county resolution proclamation for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, as well as an end to all hostilities in Gaza and the West Bank. Palestinian people have lived under U.S.-Israeli occupation for 75 years, without the right of self-determination, equal rights, and the freedom to come and go throughout the Israeli-Palestinian territories. Lastly, on March 26th, UNICEF stated that one in 3 Gazan children under the ages of 2 are acutely malnutrition, and that starvation is being used as a weapon. So this was from UNICEF, not Hamas. At least 14,000 children, as many have been saying here, how many with different numbers, have been killed in this war, and that is equal to 8 to 9 children per day, not including the 7,000 under rebel, which have no chance of living or surviving. This is not including, thousands more who have lost one limb, at least. So again, I'm with all these other people that these are crimes against humanity that are funded by more than $12 million of our tax dollars per day, plus more if this other $2 billion goes through. But thank you for your time, and I really hope to talk with you more.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Blankford. I've been a resident of Mendocino County for 25 years. Unlike others here, I am calling on you to join cities and counties across the country, plus the state of Hawaii, that have passed resolutions calling for a ceasefire in Israel's genocidal war on Gaza. In other words, to stop the killing of the Palestinian people. With U.S.-provided bombs and battlefield weaponry that's ongoing, both the war and the weaponry delivery to Israel, even as we all sit here today. 20 years ago, I was in Khan Yunis, Gaza's second largest city, which was still formally occupied by Israel. Its Air Force had bombed and destroyed a square block the night before. We arrived when there was no fighting going on, and a medical facility there had been reduced to rubble. In Rafah at the border, the air was constantly being pierced by the sound of Israeli sniper fire, but neither the shooters nor their targets, if there were any, could be seen, but it kept the people on edge. One might say the genocidal war and the Frankenstein monster that Israel has clearly become dates from what Palestinians have since labeled as the Nakba, or catastrophe, in 1948, arguably the first major war crime following the fall of the Nazis, during which 750,000 Palestinians were driven from their homes, never to be allowed to return, despite holding on to their door keys, nor the 500 Palestinian villages that the army of the new state of Israel systematically destroyed. But what does that have to do with us? Whether it was the city of Ukiah 2 weeks ago or the Board of Supervisors at the moment? That and similar questions were being asked during the Vietnam War and the post-9/11 invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. The latter estimated to have killed 1 million Iraqis, and U.S. troops are still there. None of the city's business, none of the county's business. Who, when our so-called representative in Congress, Jared Huffman, seemed only responsive to his pro-war Jewish constituents, the ceasefire advocates being of no concern, as public officials, how do you justify keeping silent when billions of dollars of our tax money are being sent to Israel to continue the killing, and the whole world is watching and knows it? Let me assure you, as a student of history and a former history teacher, the war in Gaza is one of those rare issues which may be called a game changer that demands a response from every citizen, even more from those like you who hold public office. Just don't say you didn't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Helen Sizemore. I've lived in Ukiah City for over 50 years. I'm an active member of the Jewish community inland and on the coast. I believe that this issue is very divisive. In communities where a resolution has been passed, anti-Semitism has escalated. If every person that wants a resolution wrote a letter to the president the effect would be tremendous. It's much easier for people to be compassionate and to stand here and talk to you about the atrocities that are happening. But it's harder for them to sit down and write a letter and mail it to the people responsible. You represent the whole county, and there are many people in this county that are not wanting a resolution from the board because it divides our community. There are people that want a ceasefire, but they do not want to lose the state of Israel. And Israel is surrounded, as it has been for 75 years, by countries that don't really want it to be there. The anti-Zionist actions of a resolution threaten the existence of a Jewish state. This isn't your purview. You have a budget to deal with. You have a county that needs road work, that needs many, many things for our citizens. And spending this much time on something that is a federal issue that people that are interested could actually act on their own is putting the burden on you instead of allowing you to do the business of the county. So please know that I'm sympathetic to everyone who's been dying in this horrible war, but I am not asking you to go ahead with a resolution that comes from God knows where and says God knows what. That could be very detrimental to the future of the Jewish state. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams, did you have a question?
I have
for
a
the
question
commenter?
for the commenter. So I hear two different perspectives, yet I recognize the common ground in this room and county is we want peace for both sides.
Of course
for
we
everyone.
do.
Of course we do. Rather than asking the board to try to negotiate this, that we have factions in the county, is it possible for the people in this room who may have slightly differing opinions to get together and find that common ground? I don't think the board is necessarily against standing up for peace and for the children on both sides.
Sure.
And that would be better than having us in a position where it has the appearance of siding with one position or another. I truly want peace for everyone involved in the Middle East.
I also do.
So how do
I don't
we,
know how to set up something. We've had discussions at the synagogue in Redwood Valley where people have been listening. There have been listening sessions on the coast in the shul because it's a divisive issue within the Jewish community. I don't know if there's anybody in this room that's spoken to you that would be willing to go to the Jewish community shul, it's called, in Redwood Valley and talk. I don't know. We haven't issued an invitation, but the board of the Inland Jewish Community has not taken a position on a resolution because there's opinions on both sides, and it continues to be that way. That's why I said it was divisive.
Yeah, and we don't want it to be divisive.
No.
Thank you very much for your comments. We do have a couple other speakers I'd like to make sure we hear from before we continue with our agenda.
Good morning. My name is Almaya Sizemore. We're not related. I'm here to speak as a Palestinian refugee who has been kicked out of my home, and on behalf of my relatives who are suffering from Israeli genocide and occupation. As you sit here debating as to call for a ceasefire or not, innocent people are dying, being displaced, starved of food and water, living in tents in the cold with no medicine for the injured. The Palestinian people of Gaza have lost everything. Their family members, their homes, their schools, hospitals, places of worship, water pipelines, jobs, money, bakeries, markets. Nothing is left intact for the Palestinian people of Gaza. They have been living in hell for the past 6 months, not to mention being occupied for the past 75 years. So many nights I could not sleep thinking of the horrific crimes that are being committed on those innocent people, and to think that Our American tax dollars are supplying Israel with money and arms to fuel the war. We need to call for ceasefire now in this country and put a stop to the genocide. Nearly 33,000 people have been killed and counting, and around 80,000 injured by the Israeli war. If the Israeli military did not kill you, you are going to die from starvation, thirst, infections, and diseases, or eventually they will get you because there's nowhere safe in Gaza. Please call for a ceasefire now. Do not be complicit in this genocide. You are here to represent the people of Mendocino County, which I think of as a peaceful, loving, free community. Join the rest of the cities and counties that have called for a ceasefire. Calling for a ceasefire is just as important to the Palestinian people as it is to the Israeli people and the hostages. There will be no peace until the Palestinian people are free from Israeli occupation. We need a two-state solution to have peace in the Middle East. I urge you to join other cities in calling for a ceasefire now and to free Palestine. And this does impact you because this is our tax dollars that you will be voting on. And this is killing innocent people, and I'm a refugee. And I am a refugee from one of many Israeli wars. So this is not the first war they inflicted on the Palestinian people. They've been inflicting wars on the Palestinian people for the past 75 years. So thank you, and please call for a free ceasefire, free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Members of the board and staff, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Robert Pinoli, the president of Mendocino Railway and a fourth-generation member of Mendocino County. I come here today to call your attention to two very critical matters facing the future of Mendocino County's transportation network. As you know, I have submitted a letter on this through the e-comments portal of the website and have emailed each of you as well. The first concerns the North Coast Rail Authority, or the NCRA, which has wasted more than $141 million of taxpayers' money. The NCRA has now rebranded as the Great Redwood Trail Agency, or the GRTA. But this name change hasn't ended any of the controversy, because while the GRTA plans to leave the railroad tracks in place south of the Mendocino County border so that the people and businesses south of that border can benefit from both rails and trails, the GRTA has decided to deny those same benefits to the people and businesses of Mendocino County. Second, in order for it to more easily achieve its plan to cut Mendocino County off from the National Railroad Network, the GRTA has announced that it intends to force the abandonment of Mendocino Railway's California Western Railroad skunk train. If they succeed, they will have killed the railroad that has bound the communities of Fort Bragg and Willits together for 139 years. Freight trains move millions of tons of goods and materials across the National Railroad Network each day, reducing congestion, improving road safety, and avoiding greenhouse gases and other pollutants produced by trucks. Trains can move 1 ton of freight nearly 500 miles on just 1 gallon of diesel fuel. Not even a Prius can achieve that efficiency. And why now? Why cut Mendocino County off from the National Railroad Network at the very same time that the Biden administration has just launched a campaign to reconnect communities that have lost transportation opportunities, and is awarding $3.3 billion to help reconnect communities that were divided by past transportation decisions? By building a trail on top of existing tracks, the GRTA pays lip service to the idea that they are preserving rail opportunities. This is a red herring. Folks, this trail, where 55 or fewer users going through Mendocino County costs the county its rail future and its #1 tourist attraction. I encourage this board to announce its opposition to GRTA's plans. 2, to work on alternative plans for a trail with rails. 3, to oppose the GRTA's efforts to force the abandonment of the CWR skunk line.
Thank you, Mr. Pinelli. We did have a time limit for everybody today, so I want to
Thank
be
you.
respectful. Thank you.
Chair, I
Yes,
did have
you have a question?
Yeah, I
for
did have a
Mr.
question for
Pinelli?
the speaker. As you know, the voters of Sonoma and Marin County have voted to put in a 1/4-cent sales tax to support the creation and funding of the Sonoma Marin Rail Authority, SMART. And that 1/4-cent sales tax, again, voted by a supermajority of the voters of Marin and Sonoma County in order to dedicate that tax for that purpose. I've often over the years heard people advocate we need to have rail in Mendocino County, but I've yet to hear anybody convincingly say that they're going to campaign for a 1/4-cent sales tax to bring rail to Mendocino County, which, we have very little sales tax in Mendocino County compared to Sonoma and Marin. Are you saying that you would head up a campaign to create a 1/4-cent sales tax to bring freight trains or rail service to Mendocino County, which would support the rail to support freight?
That's not what I was saying. I'd be certainly happy to work with the task force to accomplish that for the betterment of Mendocino County. What I said is that there is $3.3 billion available presently, right now, by the Biden administration for communities that one time had rail or transportation connectivity that has been disconnected.
Yeah, just my concern is there's no way for rail to work in Mendocino County without a sales tax. Otherwise, they would not have voted it in on a supermajority in Marin and Sonoma County. They have a much higher, denser population. They're much more compact counties than we are. So if they take a 1/4-cent, we might even need an half of a cent to support the same level of service that they have in Marin and Sonoma. So my concern is that the talk of rail service in Mendocino County is somewhat fantasy, because there is no sales tax like there is in Sonoma and Marin.
Thank you. Mr. Pinelli, we did receive your email, so if you'd like to continue the discussion, that'd be great. Please go ahead and come forward for public expression.
Good morning, Supervisors. Chair Mulharen, CEO Antle, County Council Scott. My name is Akesh Eide. I'm a Program Administrator in Public Health. I'm also the President of Mendocino County Chapter of SEIU Local 1021. I've been here before, and I'm here again to do the exact same thing, but today I'm going to spotlight the work of our members at Adult and Aging Services. So, let me tell a quick story about a worker named Lou. They were working the front desk. The door opens and comes through a person. We'll call them Bob, who said to Lou, "I don't know what to do." Said Lou, "It's okay, maybe I do. Tell me your story, because I got a phone." Bob says, "Okay, here goes. My mother's not well, she barely gets around. I work all day and she's always falling down and the yard's a mess." Lou said, "Okay, I think I know someone. In-home supportive services, let's get an application. Your mom can hire someone to help her. We'll do the background investigation and the state pays the hours. A social worker will call her and do a home evaluation. If there's a disaster, her worker will call and do a quick check-in." Here's a shout out to our union siblings in Local 2015. They're the ones that'll go out and make that yard clean. Bob looked relieved and said, "I have a brother. He's down on his luck, got evicted from his place, and now he's stuck. Got no place to go, been out on the street." Lou said, "It's okay, I know who he should meet. Down in the bridge unit, we have a whole group of people whose specialty is helping people with necessities. Food and shelter, job interview prep. Let's get an application. General assistance is the first step. If he qualifies, they'll do some referrals, help him get what he needs, including medical care and navigating Social Security." Bob looked pensive. "I appreciate your time, but there's one more thing. My neighbor. He's older. There's always yelling. His kids are staking stuff in and out of there. I think they're selling. He stands at his window, just looking sad and small. I wave at him, but..." Lou gently said, "It's okay. I know who to call." Lou picked up the phone and called APS. Adult Protective Services has 3 social workers. They go to difficult places, hear stories, and see situations of neglect and abuse, then file a report with the court when there's criminal activity, and even if there's not, they help support recovery. There's one last piece, though, the last knot in the safety net, when a person can't care for themselves at all and there's no one left. Public guardian steps in and handles the rest. So that's the story of Lou, fictional worker, who helps our people every day. Adult and Aging Services is full of Lou's dedicated in every way. They're disaster service workers, they set up evacuation shelters, they're 24/7 responders to help protect our most vulnerable elders. So today, 1021 tips the hat to Adult and Aging Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Please email that to the CEO's office to be included in the report so we can read it later.
Certainly.
Have a nice day. Good morning.
My name's Lori Kurzfeld. Kaya.
If you could just try to speak up a little bit more for us.
Certainly.
Thank you.
I am here also to ask for a resolution. I heard the woman from the Jewish shoal, and I understand her concern, but I feel that all of our concern should go first for the people of Palestine. If there's fighting amongst us because of it, that's okay. We're not fighting with guns. We're not killing each other over it. I think we should think first of those people who are dying, and that each of you have more power to make a statement about it. And I ask you to use your hearts first, not your concern for your position, but to think of those people as your own and make a resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Annie Esposito, Ukiah. It shouldn't be hard to say no to the massacre of non-combatants, most of them children, and the surviving children undergoing amputations without anesthetics. It shouldn't be hard to say no to the obliteration of a culture. Just stop shooting. Please support a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have a caller online, Peter McNamee, and if you're calling via Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform or press *9 if you're calling via telephone.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm calling today because I recently read a letter to the editor from the Mendocino Railway, making a lot of wild accusations about how they're the victim of some kind of deep state effort to penalize them for some unknown reasons that they claim have to do with, some conspiracy on the part of people in Sonoma and Sacramento and other places to keep them from being able to operate their railroad. And it's really kind of offensive, because the truth of the matter is that nobody's keeping Mendocino Railway from going out onto the private market and raising the money from investors to get the funds to make the maintenance and rebuilding efforts for the dilapidated railway to put it back in operation. But the fact is that nobody will give them that money. So they're running to the federal government and to the state government and to everybody else and asking them for taxpayers to subsidize them so that they can run their train. In fact, the train isn't a business model that would essentially justify itself. It doesn't pencil out. Bottom line, there isn't enough freight or passenger service to support the costs of maintaining that railway. And that's why it hasn't operated for over 25 years on that line. And it's in such deep disrepair that it would take billions of dollars to put it back. And there would never be income to justify that from the fares that it could collect. So all of this is just a scam to get taxpayers' money, as was mentioned earlier today. They see billions out there in the federal coffers and they want to dip their hands into it without ever justifying it from the benefit of the public. And so I just think it's really important for us to peel the scabs off our eyes on this and look at this very discerningly and ask ourselves the question, are we really that desperate for an old tourist train? I'm not. As a taxpayer, I urge against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have two more callers online, Anne-Marie Weibel and a caller indicating Robbie and Carla. We'll start with Anne-Marie. Please unmute. You can be heard.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I am asking you to please join the 129 municipalities and 7 states by adopting an immediate permanent ceasefire resolution now. Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! Talked to a packed house at Space Theater in Ukiah on Friday evening. She presented stories of those who have been personally affected by the horror of the Israeli bombing of innocent civilians in Gaza since the Hamas kidnappings on October 7th. The death toll in Gaza now tops more than 33,000, including 14,000 children. The Biden administration has recently authorized the transfer of billions of dollars in bombs and fighter jets to Israel, including more than 1,800 MK-84 2,000-pound bombs, which can be used to level entire city blocks. I have also written to you comments by the Secretary General of Doctors Without Borders. I've written to you about the horrific situation that just happened by the World Central, happened to 7 members of World Central Kitchen. This war is carried out with the use of AI. Israeli forces kill many people when in their homes, killing entire families. So since October 7th, 73% of over 33,000 people were killed were women and children. And it is crucial that you listen to the many people who talked this morning, more than 2 handfuls, plus the 32 comments you received. Please pass this permanent ceasefire resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If the caller called Robbie and Carla could unmute and be heard, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. I believe that what's going on in the Middle East is a humanitarian tragedy. I believe that all life is precious and sacred, and we should all say prayers for the people there. It's been 186 days since my cousin David Newman, who attended the Nova Music Festival, was murdered, along with 1,200 Israelis and citizens of other countries. Holocaust survivors in their 80s and 90s were murdered. Women and girls were raped and sexually violated as well. My nephew, a member of the IDF, witnessed atrocities at the hands of Hamas terrorists, such as children being used as human shields, burning a baby in an oven, and dismembering of a child and letting her bleed to death. Over 240 people were taken hostage on October 7th. As well, many were from other countries, including 12 Americans. Why do I go into such detail? Because today I'm not hearing very much spoken about them. I'm hearing a lot of anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist, and anti-American rhetoric shared. I do share the popular opinion that innocent civilian lives matter in all sides of this conflict. I believe that we must keep in mind that despite Jews representing 2.4% of the US population, they are subject to 55% of religious hate crimes. This is concerning to me as a Jew in the community. False, inflammatory, and divisive language against Jewish state has made Jews in America the targets of hate crimes. Since October 7, 2023, there have been 700% increase in hate crimes worldwide with the passing of resolutions in the Bay Area. There has been a 360% increase in violent hate crimes. I believe that we should take the lead of Sonoma County Board of Supervisors and Ukiah, Willits, Cloverdale, Healdsburg, Rohnert Park, Santa Rosa, and not take this divisive issue up. And we need to remember, as people call for ceasefires, that let's never forget that there was a ceasefire in effect on October 6th. And you know what a ceasefire looks like with Hezbollah right now in Yemen and Iran. There are only missiles flying at Israel every day, and that's what ceasefire looks like. And I urge you, please, to not take on this divisive issue. International politics, we do not have any business weighing in on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Could you please state your last name for the record?
I'm sorry, this is Robert Gitlin.
Thank you very much. Oh, Supervisor Hashek, did you have a question or comment for that caller, or just a? No, just. Okay, please go ahead.
You know, there's certainly people very passionate about this issue on all sides, and I think the commonality is that we do want peace. We've seen some horrific happenings throughout the Middle East in the last 6 months, and there's certainly a long history of this conflict. But I will be writing a letter personally, calling for a ceasefire, for humanitarian aid and release of hostages, because I think that we all need to do our part. And I don't know if the board wants to take it up, but I think as individuals we do need to make our statements and make our voices heard. So if anyone wants to join me in that, you're more than welcome. I will have it for public access.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you very much to all of the commenters. We are going to move on to the consent calendar, and item 3R has been withdrawn at the request of the department. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Supervisor Williams, is there an item you wish to pull or have a question about?
3U and 3V for separate consideration.
Okay. Any other supervisors have an item they wish to pull or discuss? I'm not seeing, Supervisor McGordy?
I also want to talk about 3V.
Okay. So why don't we go ahead with 3U?
Is it all right if I share my screen?
Clerk, can you allow Supervisor Williams to share his screen, please?
Okay, so my comments on these items are not about the vendors. I support the vendors. I support the vendors getting paid. I also support our staff. But I have a process concern about how these are coming forward that I think the board needs to finally address. When I look at this first one, it's for $450,000 taxpayer money. Supervisors are the stewards of the public funds. Before this money is spent, before any money is spent, we need to approve. That's the public's right. I look at this agreement, and it's signed by the vendor May 15th, by our CEO, March 15th by the CEO, March 18th. And yet, it looks like it's retroactive to January 1. In other words, we started spending money on January 1st, now we're in April, and we're talking about whether we should approve it. This pattern makes it's very difficult for the board to do its job, because if we say no, we're saying no to a vendor that is already engaged. The county has said, please start this work. And therefore, the public doesn't have the opportunity to provide comment and really influence whether we approve a contract. We have to approve it. It's already underway. And I know there are emergency situations where this makes sense. But I look at, well, let's go to the RFP.
Wait just 1 second. Supervisor Williams, when I first joined the board, I spent some time with you on the General Government
Yeah.
Committee where we talked about contracts that were retroactive.
Yeah.
We were coming out of COVID. There were a lot of challenges with being able to bring things forward timely.
Yeah.
The agenda summary clearly articulates why this contract is retroactive, and every consent calendar item that I've seen on our agenda since that time has clearly stated why it's retroactive. And I follow the COC very closely. In fact, I included 30 pages of documents in my last agenda report that showed where any supervisor could find all of this information.
Well, I would like to continue. Reasonable people can disagree. We don't have to agree on this one, but I would like to share my perspective and the reason for why I'm about to vote no. This is the RFP. When the public goes to look at what's happened, they see intent to award no. They see a close date back in August. Is it pending? No. The next thing they see is it's on our agenda for approval of $450,000. When I look at 2023 for retroactive, just about every agenda has retroactive agreements. When I go to Sonoma County for the same year, 2023, and search, there's 0. Go to Lake County. Zero. In fact, in Sonoma County, since 2019, there's only been 1 retroactive. Since I've been on this board, these are the retroactive contracts that we've approved, over 600, millions and millions of dollars. And I've talked to 2 CEOs, I've talked to department heads, and some of the conversation has revolved around this is the way it works, but I don't see it working this way in Sonoma County or Lake County. And I think it deprives the public of their right to comment before contracts are engaged upon. And this is over 600 contracts retroactively. And it's the tipping point for me where I just have to say no when retroactive contracts come forward. And I want to be clear, it's not about the vendors, it's not about staff's work. These are probably good projects for us. But I'm out of options. If I don't start saying no to retroactive agreements, it'll continue, and it'll continue on consent calendars 5-0. It's become the normal operating procedure for Mendocino County for staff to engage vendors. Months later, come to the board and ask, do you want to engage with the vendor? We can never say no.
Supervisor Jody?
Yeah. Question for the CEO, maybe acting assistant CEO or assistant county counsel also. We've talked about this. Supervisor Williams has certainly brought it up many times. I thought there was procedures in place to reduce and kind of curtail this practice.
CEO.
Darcy Antle, CEO. Yes, and we've been working with the departments diligently to clean it up. And of course, as Chair mentioned, COVID did have an impact. I can't speak to these specific ones other than the comments are in the summary as to why they are late. I would like to take a look at Sonoma and Lake's policies because their purchasing policies could be clearly different than ours that provide them no retro because it's very hard, especially in social services, public health, and behavioral health, as to time when funding's allowed and the awards come out. Those kinds of things are challenging. So there must be something different in their purchasing policy, contracting policy than what we have here. But I'm willing to take that back and work with county council to take a look at it, as policy 1 has been in review and is with our current acting county council as we speak.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hasha.
I understand that public finance in California is complicated. There are a lot of delays. What I don't understand is how we tell a vendor, go ahead and start service before bringing it to the board. This could have been brought last meeting, the meeting before. Somebody could have brought it to a board meeting and said, we need to start this agreement. We could have had the terms that were available at the time, subject to future amendments. There was a way to get this before us prior to the vendor starting services. There always is. And when we allow this 600 times since I've been on this board, it becomes a normal operating procedure. Our staff expects the board will always approve it retroactively, that the contract review doesn't become a priority. I don't think that's good government.
Assistant County Counsel, did you have a question or a comment?
Just a response and a comment. On this particular contract, I saw that it was an RFP. It had a closing date. It looked like in early fall. The closing date is just when the actual RFP closes. Then the committee on the RFP has to review, go through the selection process. I think that does build in some more time. That takes time. In addition, I think for this particular, I would defer to the department to speak to this, but I think for some RFPs, they're based on grant funding. Some RFPs also have other review mechanisms. I think this one has another board that it has to review it, which is the continuum of care. That built in some additional delays in bringing the contract to the board. All that being said, there could be many reasons for delays, and when we have grant funding, state agreements are very routinely retroactive. The grant funding that is given to the counties when we're selected for a particular grant, and so that does add some delays as well. All that being said, I know that we are looking at Policy 1. I know that the one of the changes, as Supervisor Mulherin said, when this issue was first raised a couple of years ago, was to ensure that the departments knew they had to justify why they were seeking a retroactive contract. I know we will work with CEO on looking at if there are any other mechanisms that could help support reduction in retroactive contracts. When it comes to Sonoma County, again, we could look at that. It may be that Sonoma County has different rules. It may be that different approval processes. It may be that they might not have retroactive agreements before their board in the same manner. But we will work together on this. And
thank you. Supervisor Hasher?
Yeah, this issue of retroactive agreements just came up with the Family Resource Center in Laytonville and their outreach program. And they were told by public health that they weren't going to get paid. And it just took some communication between all the parties and me to figure out what was really going on, why it was happening. And they were providing a perfectly good service. They provided this service for the last 10 years, and it just got caught up in the system of bureaucracy that, it became retroactive, and they were performing the service. And so I don't want all retroactive agreements to be just unilaterally voted down. There is certainly a reason for this. I think we've worked it out.
So I do see that the department is here to answer questions about 3U and 3V, or just retroactive agreements from social services, please.
Thank you. Megan Van Sant. I'm a senior program manager with Department of Social Services in the Special Project Unit. And the contracts before you today did come through my unit. I did want to, as I was sitting in the audience earlier this morning, I was reflecting on how to help your board not be in this position of having to approve retroactive contracts. Everything Supervisor Williams has said is absolutely true. It is an uncomfortable and awkward situation for an elected official to approve a contract after it's already started, particularly ones that have implications if we don't fund them. Emergency shelters are very much, there's different kinds of homeless services that we do. I can only speak to homeless services. A break in funding for a shelter means it has an immediate impact on homelessness, like during that time. That is not an impact I want to put on the board. It's not an impact that any of us want, but it does put us in this awkward situation. The question I wanted to ask the board is, clearly we've been following this RFP process for literally almost a year. We probably began an RFP process in March, because even before it's released to the community, it has to go through an approval process. It's approved by GSA. I will say our RFP processes for the county are very geared towards vendors that are selling things. It's really hard to make them work well in a services environment, so it takes a lot of work to put together an RFP that makes sense. It has to go through all that whole process, then be released to the community, then have a closing date, then have the review process. Neutral review panel takes a lot of time to coordinate those schedules. In this case, you're absolutely right. This particular grant funding source required us to go back to the COC board as well, so there was another public body that had to weigh in. But I'm going to get to my question to you. it would be possible, we knew how many proposals we'd received and who had been recommended for funding back in November. It would be possible for me to have brought forth that spreadsheet to the board at that time, saying these are the proposals that have been recommended by the review committee. We would not have the contract language at that time. So I didn't know if that would be more awkward for the board to be reviewing basically the basic overview of the results of an RFP before the contract details were ready, if that would be better or worse for you. So that's kind of my question to you right now. I could have provided you this information on who had been approved by the review committee back in November through a simple informational item. I would not have had all the contract details. So it's a catch-22 in my mind, and I would welcome direction from whoever gives direction in this kind of scenario on that kind of proposal.
Supervisor Williams and
Yeah,
Supervisor McGordy?
so first, I'm thankful for your work. None of my concern has to do with the performance of staff that's directly involved in providing these services. My concern is, I guess it's more of a question for county council. How is it legal that our department heads are encumbering county funds without board approval? We're spending money outside of budget. It looks like over 600 times since I've been here.
Through the chair, Charlotte Scott, Assistant County Counsel. So you are not encumbering county funds until the contract is approved. You can vote no on the contract. However, this is a contractor who was selected through an RFP, and maybe in some circumstances we're talking about mandated services, and that could be discontinued. It really depends. You know, all that information will come to you when you see the contract, but it is up to this board to approve the contract.
So how is it that the vendor is able to provide service and work with our clients if there isn't an approved agreement? Under what terms are they operating to date?
I can't answer that for you.
It sure looks to me like it is approved. It's approved by staff. Yet staff doesn't have that authority.
Supervisor Williams, I think it's approved through a legal RFP process. Ms. Van Sant's question was, would it be helpful for you to have the information earlier before the contract details are provided, or would you like to see the entire contract, which is what we've waited for and why we have a retroactive agreement?
I would like to understand why these problems are unique to our county, why other counties don't have retroactive agreements. Are there best practices that we should borrow from other counties?
Okay, sounds like the CEO is going to work on that, and the county council has been working on policy 1. We do understand and know that there are need for improvement with that. Mr. Ross, did you have a question or a comment? And then I need to get to Supervisor McGordy.
Sure, if I may, through the chair. With an agreement that requires board approval, essentially the vendor is acting at their own risk if they operate without an approved contract. Obviously, for lots of different reasons, depending on the service, the relationship, the impact it might have on a vendor, it'd be unfortunate if a contract was not ultimately approved, but from a legal perspective, there isn't a contract until the board approves it. I did do a spot check of Sonoma County's agenda because, quite honestly, I couldn't imagine a county only having 1 or 2 retroactive agreements in 4 years, for lots of different reasons. And I think part of the difficulty with Sonoma County's agenda is they do not call out that the agreement is retroactive in their agenda description.
Thank you for that. I do think that, and just I will say as a supervisor in an effort to have more transparency, I do think it is important, but I think when we hear back about policy 1, maybe that retroactive or not in the agenda description will be a discussion for the board to take up at that time. Supervisor McGordy.
Well, to try to give some direction to Ms. Van Sant, what I would say is that when you know you're going to move forward with the contract, I think it is worth notifying the board saying, we're going to do this, here's the conditions, we're waiting for legal to finish up the contract, because I know that stuff gets hung up in various bottlenecks as it goes through the process. And you're right, when we're trying to deal with kind of a short turnaround from when we actually get a grant and when there's need, we can't afford to take 4 or 5 months to work through it. I mean, there's got to be a quicker way for us to do this that's efficient and addresses your needs. And I agree with Supervisor Williams that we don't want to be in a situation of always retroactively agreeing to these contracts. The other thing that's also kind of missing in here, which, and again, I'd like to see the board involvement a little bit more, is sort of holistically looking at what our programs are. We would not, like a board workshop, which I know some of the supervisors don't like, but I still think it's worth having a broad discussion about where are we going, how many vendors are involved with providing services to our community for people who are really at risk and vulnerable. And it's because I know that there is interest from other vendors getting involved, but they feel like the whole process is so difficult they don't know where to jump in. And we don't really kind of have a way of taking what is really a fairly large amount of grant funding, $33 million to one vendor alone, and how do we look at that and say this is where we need to go. But I think having a process of a quick turnaround where we conceptually follow your recommendations and then, you know, get it done. But first the board says, yeah, we want to do that. And we will work to make sure that it happens so that we can cut the downtime on it. Or the turnaround time should be quicker than what it is right now.
Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, so I don't know if we should be giving an answer to one specific program. I think it's a great question, though. And so my thought is that this maybe is the answer the board should be giving to the CEO's office for all grants and all programs. And I agree. I think maybe there should be a systematic informational update. Maybe it's in the CEO's report. Maybe it's something attached to that report, because not everybody who reads that wants to read the long list of contracts that are pending. But so that anybody who reads the CEO's report could link to it and see the upcoming recommended contracts. I think we still probably ultimately have, there's not really a way, I don't think, for the board to be voting on conceptual contracts that don't exist. So I think it's more of an informational item.
Okay.
Through the chair, I just, part of the reason this is on my mind is I do have the list in front of me of all the resulting contracts from this particular RFP, and there are 2 more emergency shelter contracts that will be coming to you that will be retroactive. So for me, I just want to make sure you have all the information you need, and give you a heads up that there are more coming.
Thank you for that. Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on the consent calendar?
Good morning, Chair Mulhern, members of the board, CEO Antle, and Assistant County Counsel Scott. Gina Connor, Deputy Director for Family and Children Services. And I would like to speak briefly on consent item 3C, the proclamation recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Mendocino County. April is a time nationally to raise awareness for the protection, safety, and well-being of children in our community. This year's theme is building a hopeful future together, which focuses on the importance of coming together as a community to make a difference in the lives of children by building caring connections and creating nurturing and supportive environments where they can thrive. Although we've had a decline in our county's rates of substantiated child abuse and neglect, the incidence per 1,000 children from a high of 41.3 in 2004 to 18.4 in calendar year 2023, some of which is due to changes in state laws and regulations regarding definitions of child abuse and neglect and standardization of assessments. We are still much higher than the state's overall rate in 2023 of 5.4 incidents per 1,000 children. Child maltreatment is a preventable problem. There are 5 key protective factors, which are conditions in families and communities that increase the health and well-being of families and help parents find resources, support, or coping strategies that allow them to parent effectively and reduces the likelihood of child abuse and neglect. These 5 protective factors are parental resilience to cope and bounce back from life's challenges and stressors, social connections who can be called on for help or other support, knowledge of parenting and child development, having access to concrete support in times of need, and social and emotional competence of children. Caregivers, family members, tribal and community members, school personnel, coaches, law enforcement, medical professionals, child welfare services staff, and the many community-based organizations who provide services to children and families are just a few of the important individuals and organizations who can help families build these protective factors with the goal of preventing child abuse and neglect in our community. We encourage our community to look out for our children, help support families, and if you see child abuse or neglect happening, please call our hotline, which is available 24/7 at 866-236-0368, and together we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we have one more commenter in the room, and I have one online. If you wish to comment on the consent calendar online, please use the Zoom feature to raise your hand or press *6 on your phone.
Good morning, Victoria Kelly, CEO for Redwood Community Services. I'm here to speak on child abuse prevention, but I do just want to say one thing on the 3U and V. We, providers and contractors, are also concerned about retroactive contracts. We do, want to move as quickly as possible, and so we want to partner with, our county partners and the board to alleviate that concern, because obviously, I think we are the ones waiting for the other shoe to drop, and ourselves and our clients will be greatly impacted. So on the Child Abuse Prevention Proclamation, I am here to raise awareness for Child Abuse Prevention Month and show RCS dedication to creating a safe environment for children. Our efforts in child abuse prevention aim to break the cycle of violence and provide support to families in need. One of the ways that RCS is involved in child abuse prevention is working through the California Child Welfare Council's prevention initiative focused on two primary goals. The first goal is moving from mandated reporting to community supporting, which is looking at transforming the mandated reporting system to focus on community support rather than solely reporting families into systems. And the second is building a community pathway to create strong, connected community supports that enhance the natural strengths of every family. This shift toward community supporting in child abuse prevention is closely related to fostering a safer environment for our children. Communities become active participants in preventing child abuse and neglect, fostering a sense of collective responsibility for our children's well-being. By investing in community intervention strategies, we can build more sustainable improvements in child protection. Remember, child abuse prevention is everyone's responsibility, and community involvement plays a crucial role in creating safer spaces for our children. This requires collaboration with individuals and families, emphasizing transparency, equity, and community involvement. Together, we can build safer environments for our children and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I do see Sheriff Kendall. You need to come forward on consent? Please come forward, and then we'll go to Peter McNamee online.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. This morning we have a proclamation for our dispatchers on, and I was asking Lieutenant Quincy Cromer, who's managed our dispatch center, to come up and speak regarding our dispatchers. We've got an incredible crew who's serving the public in there. A couple of years ago, Lieutenant Cromer and I decided that we would give them a break, and we both plugged in and tried to dispatch for a while. Now, he had been a dispatcher, and I was rapidly humbled at their incredible abilities because I did my best, and it wasn't even close to good. So, Quincy?
Good morning, Board. My name is Quincy Cromer. I'm the Field Services Commander for the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, and I am proud to tell you that I have served in the capacity of a dispatcher previously in my career, and to tell you how extremely difficult that job is and oftentimes thankless. They don't get the credit they deserve. They are master multitaskers. And I'm talking years ago when I did the job, and I know it's only become more difficult since that time. They are oftentimes the first level of response, and it's the first point of contact that any member of our community gets with the sheriff's office, or sometimes the county. And regularly when those people are calling the sheriff's office or 911, it is probably one of the worst days of their life. And our dispatchers have to maintain calm and be courageous in getting the help that they need to those people and protect our personnel that are responding. If you look at the proclamation, you can see that of the public safety dispatch centers in the county, that includes all the police departments and the sheriff's office, 175,000 calls in 2023. And if you do some quick math, you're talking over 15,000 calls per month. And there's not many of us in this room or even in the county that can tangibly define the amount of work they do, but I want to bring the attention to you that that's only half their job. They have countless radio channels as well that they're answering at any moment when a deputy or any other law enforcement might jump on the radio and say, I need help right now. It's a very stressful job. If you walk into dispatch, they have over 8 monitors that they are watching at all times, and most people only know them by voice. So they are regularly the calm on the other side of the radio or on the phone, and they are often underappreciated, and I wanted to take time today to tell you how much I appreciate them, and I know you do as well. And if you have the opportunity, please thank them for the work that they do, because they are public servants and one of the most important roles in the sheriff's office. And as a shameless plug, we do have vacancies. So if you know people that might have some of those skills, please encourage them to apply. Most of the people we have lived their entire life in Mendocino County, and this is how they serve the public. And if they are an applicant and apply and take the test, we would welcome them to come in and dispatch and see what we do. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Peter McNamee, if you'd like to go ahead and unmute and speak on any item on the consent calendar, it's helpful if you name the item or the title.
Thank you. I want to speak in support of what Supervisor Williams has raised in conjunction with retroactive agreements. I think that it's fundamental to as a taxpayer, it's fundamental for us to understand that when we ask vendors to pay out-of-pocket expenses for months while they wait for a contract to be reviewed and approved, that means that we restrict the number of available vendors that are willing to do business with the county. And we increase the cost of being a vendor. And as a result, all those costs ultimately have to be passed back to the county, and it raises the cost of providing those services. Vendors will either do one or two things. They'll either be too small or too underfinanced to be able to take on the contract, and they simply will not bid on projects. Or if they do have the funds, they'll pay for those costs, either through interest agreements or financing agreements that they have with funding agencies that provide them with the capital to operate while they wait for the county to make its decision and award the funds. If it is true, as County Council has suggested, that no funds are actually expensed until an agreement is put in place, then this means that those vendors are waiting months, in many cases, to receive payments and paying interest on those. And again, that cost is being passed on to the taxpayers with no substantive benefit being derived. And I think that you need to take a really close look at why it's taking you so long to procure the services that you need, that raises these costs and diminishes the quality of services that taxpayers are getting for their tax dollars. And I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor McGorty, did you have a question for the caller?
Not for the caller, but just two points. One is that the fact that we've started a more serious contracts and grants division is a really positive issue for us. And I'm thinking about the way that my old job used to handle things. So if going back to our discussion about when you basically have an approval or an intent for approval, there was a way for you to go ahead and start money even before, or start on a research project or whatever even before the money was in place if we knew it was coming. So you know, there may be some ways to look at that other institutions handle this that might be able to help us make this a more secure process and not have our vendors at risk and not have our departments at risk. In the end, I'd say speeding up the timeline from when we okay a contract and actually have the thing ready to go would be the best practice.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, CEO.
Sounds like another process improvement project we have on for the county.
I think we have plenty of room for improvement, and we do appreciate our team and our vendors for sticking with us through these challenges and working through the improvements. It sounds like county council is going to be able to work with the CEO's office on policy 1 and bring something back to the board. I am looking for a motion on the consent calendar.
Chair,
Supervisor Hashek?
Chair, I
Supervisor
pulled
Williams?
3U and 3V for separate consideration. Are you allowing a separate vote on those, or are you?
That's up to whoever makes the motion, Supervisor Williams.
Okay, I'll move that we approve 3U and 3V.
Supervisor Hashek?
Second.
So are you ready for, would you like to do a, you only want to approve 3U and 3V or the entire consent calendar?
I don't want to
Supervisor
vote against
Williams?
the consent calendar, but I don't want to be on record supporting retroactive contracts because I've done it for 5 years. We've talked at length about fixing this, never made progress. I think it's time to put a foot down and say it is contentious and it shouldn't be on consent again.
Okay, so we're going to vote on 3U and 3V only? Why don't we go, Supervisor Hashek?
Are we voting to approve them?
Yes, and he's going to vote no, sounds like.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Please go ahead and have a roll call, please, yeah.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
No.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Okay, and then for the remaining
Move
consent
approval
calendar?
of the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and just do a roll call for that as well, Lily. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. The board will now take a 15-minute break and be back at 10:50 for item 4A.
And my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás. Entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir.
There are no elected officials or department head comments for item 4A, so we're going to move on to item 4B. Discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding the proposed loan repayment plan for funds borrowed against Measure B fund as matching funds to construct the behavioral health wing of the SB 844 jail building. CEO, did you want to introduce this item, or who should I turn it over to?
The CEO's office worked closely with Auditor Controller and Dr. Janine Miller on this item to bring back what we understood to be the direction from prior meetings. So I'll turn it over to Actor Treasury Tax Collector Sarah Pierce.
Okay, please go ahead.
So good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Assistant County Counsel Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Just give me one moment. Did it kick me out of being a presenter? Okay. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, so on the October 31st, 2023 meeting, the Board of Supervisors requested staff to bring back a detailed plan outlining the terms for repayment of funds borrowed against the Measure B to construct the SB 844 jail building, and repayment would begin once the jail has been completed. So in front of you is a memo that was created outlining the plan of the loan. So it's going to be a fixed, what we are proposing is a fixed interest term loan. The borrower would be the County of Mendocino General Fund against Measure B Fund for $7 million, a maximum of 10 years from the loan origination at the beginning of the, once the jail has been completed is when it would begin. I have a note here that it's a fixed simple interest of 2.5%. I don't want that to be confused with the simple interest loan format. This is an amortized loan format. The principal structure would be level amortization due within 30 days of the fiscal year end. Interest payments due annually as well within 30 days of the fiscal year end. There would be no payment, prepayment penalty. There would be no origination of fees. And then once we get direction from today, we would bring back a resolution outlining the items that are suggested today for further direction and to have a formal approval. So in front of you is the recap of what the payment schedule would look like. So based on a $7 million loan at 10 years at 2.5%, each annual payment would be $799,811, and the interest, like I said before, would be amortized down. And I would like to kind of discuss where we got the 2.5% from. So right now, the Treasury pool last quarter was receiving a 2% interest rate. And so I took that into consideration. And then I also looked at what the IRS publishes each month for their interest rate index, which is trending a little over 3%. So trying to project when the jail will be finished and what a reasonable interest rate would be. 2.5 was in between those two.
Chair, if I may add, again, this would be the funds of last resort, and if the whole $7 million wasn't needed, we would be only pulling what was needed. But today, this is a draft before you. We would need to come back with a resolution in time once we come to that. So, kind of want to, following board direction, make sure we are on track with this process for you.
Thank you. I had Supervisor Williams, Hashak, McGorty, and then Jurdy.
I'm not sure why we would split the difference on the interest rate. I think Measure B, if we weren't borrowing the money, those funds would be invested in the highest rate of return option available. So if we think that's 3.1%, it seems like anything less than 3.1%, and we're taking funds from Measure B.
If I may, through the chair, the current interest rate on the Treasury pool is only 2%.
Is that the Treasury pool has different requirements than our Measure B funds, right? We can invest Measure B funds at a higher rate of return.
No, Measure B is included in our Treasury pool investments.
It is, but does it necessarily have to be included, or does this board have the latitude to invest it for a higher rate of return elsewhere?
I do not believe so. I would have to go back and confirm.
So I guess, without getting into all the details, my concern is that we leave Measure B whole and that we provide a comparable interest rate that we could get if we weren't borrowing from ourselves. So if we find that the market would be paying 3%, I think that's what we owe back to Measure B.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, my question is about the date of origination. And so we have this $44 million project. And we have something like the 37 million outside of this 7 million. And so can we use that 37 million and not borrow the 7 million until the end of the project when we need the last 7 million to?
Yes, Supervisor, that's what I was trying to say earlier. Sorry, CEO Anto, if I may, through the chair. Yes, that's what I was trying to say at the beginning. This would be the funds of last resort. We wouldn't use these funds until they were absolutely needed. Sheriff is here, and so is Deputy CEO Dunnicliff. They may remember, but we have several millions set aside as contingency already. So those would be what we would want to use absolutely first before going to a loan. Yes.
So we might not even tap into this for a couple of years.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess that with the interest payments, you know, if the money would be deposited in the Treasury, then, and we're getting 2%, I think that 2.5 is, it's respectful of Measure B money and everything. I approve that amount.
Supervisor McGorty? Can you unmute, please?
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you. So actually, CEO Anto, what you're describing is more like a line of credit in a way. It's not like we would issue the funds and take it all in one piece, correct?
CEO Anto, if I may, through the chair, yes. The goal would be at some point we're going to know how much more, what we've spent and what we still need, and then we would be bringing back that reso to you to tap into these funds. But as directed, you wanted us to bring something back to see what it would look like and how to keep Measure B whole. So this is our attempt to bring it back. Again, you will see it again when the time comes for the funds to be drawn down.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable to be paying back at a 0.5% higher than the county treasury is getting. I think that this is not actually unusual in government to borrow money from one fund and pay it back with interest. In 1999, the Fort Bragg City Council actually was brought forward a proposal for a retroactive loan, which at the time, city staff in Fort Bragg in 1999-98 had actually borrowed money from the water fund to subsidize the city's general fund. And when the council was informed through the outside audit of this practice, there was a formal resolution approved by the board, city council, paying back the loan at the rate that the city was earning in its fund. So whereas the county has the treasury fund, highly regulated by the state, most cities don't have that kind of a fund. Instead, they just use the LAIF, Local Agency Investment Fund rate. And so that was how that loan was paid back at that rate. So I think 2.5%, if we're earning 2%, seems like a reasonable guess. It could go up over time, is what you're saying, possibly. Wouldn't bank on interest rates going up higher than they are right now.
Supervisor Williams?
What Measure B could accomplish today for $7 million, it will not be able to accomplish in 10 years for $8 million. So the loss of buying power over the length of this loan doesn't leave Measure B whole, even when we add the 2.5% interest. That's my greater concern, that I have to justify this to the public, that Measure B will be whole at the end of this period. Seeing this, I don't think so. I don't think that $1 million paid over 10 years is going to make it whole. I think a more interesting measurement, rather than the Treasury interest rate, may be how do we ensure equal buying power when the loan is finally repaid?
Supervisor McGordy, did you have an additional question?
Yeah, it just makes me wonder about our investments when certificates of deposit are earning between 4 and 5% at the moment, and I just wonder if we have the best strategies. And I agree with what Supervisor Williams is saying, is that we want to be sure that as we're collecting money and holding it, that we're good stewards of our finances, and that we don't get into a situation where we're actually watching our money get devalued.
I'm wondering if Sheriff Kendall had any comments he wished to add to this conversation.
Chair, members of the board, I understand exactly what Supervisor Williams is talking about, and we're seeing the price of the jail since 2017, when it was originally estimated to be roughly $26 million. We're not even close to that at this point, you know. But the fact that this is the funding of last resort, we don't know how much of it we will need or if we will need it. Now, we're in a contract right now, but there are so many contingencies that are built into that contract over the concerns that something could go off the rails. I'm fairly certain that my captain, Captain Van Patten, is working very closely with the group who is basically managing the construction project of it with Vanner. And we're doing our best to make sure that we don't miss deadlines, that we work very hard to get the needs met over there. I can't even begin to guess at whether or not we will come in under. We are in contract, so it can't come in over. But I think that we should be taking a look to say, how much will we actually need? Some of that is just a guess. It was contingencies that were built in at various percentages. And as the price of the jail went up, those percentages, even though the percentages remained the same, the jail price went up, which caused more and more. That percentage was a much higher dollar figure. So I understand where the board is coming from on this, but we also have to kind of wait and see what we're going to need. And as we get closer to the end of that 600-day build process, I think that we will know.
Okay, I think you have some questions from Supervisor McGordy, Hashak, and then Williams.
Sheriff Kendall, so I've kind of lost track of the time schedule on this. When do we break ground, and when do you anticipate?
The ground has been broken, and I can't remember the date that we actually began the project, but we had 600 days from that date, and I believe that we're down we've earned roughly 45, 50, something like that at this moment in time. I don't have the date inside my head that it began.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Hashad?
Not a question for Sheriff Kendall, but for Sarah Pierce, is that when the money for Measure B, where is it sitting right now?
If I may, through the chair, Measure B funding is sitting within the Treasury pool. So we have various investments. Some of the funds are not invested. They're just in our bank account. But right now, Measure B funds currently sit within the Treasury pool.
So they're getting the 2%?
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
The Sheriff, I support you. I support the project. I support the loan. But my concern is the reason the Measure B funds are sitting in an account earning 2% is because we decided to not spend the money because we need to make ends meet and we have an important project that we need to carry forward. So there's a lost opportunity for Measure B funds. Making Measure B whole may be CPI for the number of years that we're waiting for those funds to become available. That's the actual loss to Measure B. It has nothing to do with what rate our Treasury would pay to ourselves.
Supervisor Jordy?
So, Sarah, I know you're dealing with a lot of different things all at the same time, but just on the question of the Treasury, 2% probably was a pretty good rate a couple years ago, but there are FDIC insured savings accounts that someone could find online, CDs, et cetera, that are all north of 4%. I know that the Treasury fund is heavily regulated by the state after the Orange County bankruptcy. The money, I believe, can only go in FDIC insured or similar instruments like maybe federal bonds. Have you had a time to look at what could be done differently to boost those returns?
If I may, through the chair, I don't have all of the Treasury investments in front of me. I mean, I don't want to get too off topic on how we're investing our Treasury pool. I can bring that back at a later time, but the overall average percentage for Q2 that we just portioned out was 2%. The average annual last year was 1.5%, so it's fluctuating, but I can bring that item back at a later date.
Yeah, my understanding is that the Treasurer's Office for several years has had some outside consultants
that is correct.
Assisting. Maybe that should be reviewed, whether or not they're doing a good job or not.
Okay, are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? Seeing no one come forward in the room, if there are any members that are participating via Zoom and wish to comment, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 on your phone. I am not seeing any hands raised, so I will bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hashad, did you have a? Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, we postponed substance abuse treatment that everyone agrees we need. We have a substance abuse crisis in the county. When the loan is finally paid back, we need assurance that we will be able to carry forward with substance abuse treatment. I don't think the 2% will get us there. I think we're losing buying power. We're going to find some number of years into this that we can't afford the very thing that we postponed. And if we weren't putting this money aside right now so that we could finish the jail project, we would put it to use. We need to make sure 3 years out, 5 years out, 10 years out, whenever it becomes available, that it has the same buying power that it would have today. That's making Measure B whole.
What you said is true, but we also know that General Services has managed construction projects in a way that have significantly added to the cost of those projects. We have new people taking over that department. It is possible that in a couple years, they'll be so much better at managing projects that projects will come in on budget and on schedule.
Well, yeah, Supervisor, if that were to happen, we would pay it back sooner. And but you would still adjust for lost buying power, right? You wouldn't adjust it 2% because that's what the Treasury pays. You would make Measure B whole, irrespective of how efficient staff is on the construction.
No comment?
Supervisor McGordy?
So I'm curious about the intent of how we look at this money. It's in the Treasury. It's presently getting 2%. If we don't have a plan to expend it before the 10 years, or do we? I mean, what?
We did have a plan, and I think it was a split vote. We said, we have a project that needs the fund. This is the payer of last resort. We have no option. We have to loan it to ourselves. So we've already lost opportunity. Today, Measure B has less buying power for substance abuse treatment than when we made that decision. It's already eroding. And so I think, Supervisor McGuarty, that we need to make it whole, meaning whatever buying power is eroded, we need to replace.
So are you suggesting the equivalent of like a variable rate mortgage or something where we match CPI, or?
I would say a CPI adjustment would approximately keep the funds whole.
CEO, I guess this question is for you, or maybe it's for the sheriff or Deputy CEO Dunnicliff. So by my math, the jail project should be complete by the end of 2025 if we're using the estimated construction. So can we talk, the math for the repayment was built out for 10 years. Before 1 year, we'll know whether or not we need them. Well, I guess a year and a half, we'll know whether or not we need the money and could then use it, as Supervisor Williams has stated that we all wish, for more substance abuse prevention.
So if either CEO Dunnicliff or a sheriff can correct me, but I believe the jail project is to be finished in fall of 2025. So to bring this item back, I mean, certainly we'll know before the jail's complete if we're pulling this money. So you'll probably see it sooner. One thing you could consider is how you handle the current pension obligation bonds come 26, 27, when those are paid off. If you want that money, portion of that money to come back to Measure B or wherever we pull the money from at that time. So that would free up roughly $8 million when those pension obligations are done. The board could consider at that time if you wanted to put it towards a Measure B loan, pay off sooner, and keep a portion of that for, to go to the unfunded liability, which we know needs to come down as well. That's a future consideration, not for today. But
Supervisor McGuarty?
Also kind of remembering too that part of the jail's mission is to actually help people with substance abuse and mental health issues. So it's not like we're totally diverting the money in a different direction. It's not exactly what I think people had in mind when Measure B was passed, but I still think it functions the same way, in that we know that there's individuals who require help and they're incarcerated. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, but they will be treated if they're in our county jail.
Absolutely correct, Supervisor McGuarty. We have SUDT classes going on over in there right now. We've already started a lot of the work that we're working, it will be much easier to provide it once we have a building that is suitable for it. And I think that we will have the ability to provide things at a lower price tag, and I think that the services will be better once this building is complete, because it is a behavioral health wing of the jail. Also, we're going to have the ability to have more staff in there, as far as nursing, as far as providers. It's going to be helpful across the entire boards. And the other thing is, it'll help us to have that handshake with service providers outside, because we're going to start them down the road working with probation and working with SUDT, working with these different folks who provide services down the road. We make that handshake with them when they walk out the door. We've started the work for them. They can continue it. And I think that we're going to see a very good and positive direction in Mendocino County. We've started that already. It's just pretty clunky because of the designs of the jail. So,
okay, thank you.
I would just say that for me, making sure that folks that are incarcerated have access to SUD treatment is critical. I think, yeah, as they work through either specialty mental health or mild to moderate mental health issues, access to treatment for substance misuse disorder is also critical. And we have, as a board, approved a plan for the initial overdose settlement funds that would increase substance use providers going out into our community. Behavioral health has added some more meetings in English and Spanish and evening meetings. I think that our behavioral health department can continue to do the work that meets the expectations of when the community voted for Measure B and what their expectations were. And I think, as with all things related to the county, when the PUF, actually the construction for the PUF also gets underway, telling that story and keeping the community updated on how that's coming along is also critical for those voters who voted for Measure B. So also, you know, the new wing of the jail, the PUF, the Crisis Residential Treatment Center that is already in operation and serves people each month, additional use of the funds from Measure B for services is making a difference. But as to Supervisor McGordy's point earlier in the meeting, I think there's also still a lot of misunderstanding in the community about the specialty mental health services that are provided and mandated by the county, and that of mild to moderate mental health issues that are not mandated, provided by the county. And I think that we'll hear from Dr. Miller in an upcoming item a little bit about what Prop 1 and some other changes to CalAIM are going to do for specialty mental health and mild to moderate mental health. So a lot of work to do in our community to talk about these issues, and it's critical that we keep the conversation going regardless of how the board votes this morning. Supervisor Williams.
The legislative intent of Measure B, which includes the argument in favor by former Sheriff Tom Allman, excluded the funds from being used for the jail. So we can't use Measure B for the jail, as I interpret it. All we can do is a loan. And on a loan, I need to be able to tell the public that we're making Measure B whole. Since the vote last time, that's what I've been saying, because there has been a lot of pushback. It's kind of half and half. Some people understand why we're doing this, and the other half are furious about it. And my justification is we're going to get more value. We're going to treat people where we see them at their worst, where they really need mental health, and we're still going to have the Measure B funds available for the intended use as voters passed. Giving the Treasury rate is not an apples to apples, because we would not leave the Measure B funds in our Treasury for 10 years if not for needing to fund this other project. The actual loss to Measure B is the loss of buying power, the amount of time that we're holding up the use of the funds, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. That's the actual loss. If we want to make Measure B whole, if $7 million today buys a treatment center, maybe it's $14 million in 10 years. I don't know exactly what that number will be. Nobody can predict CPI and CPI relative to building construction. But I don't think 2% or 2.5% comes anywhere reasonable at estimating the loss to Measure B.
Supervisor Hashek?
I understand what Supervisor Williams is saying about, the intent. And we did have the discussion about substance abuse and the treatment, using the money for that. At that time, we felt like it wasn't it was a split vote, I think, and we didn't go there. And so, we could go back to the Measure B committee and ask them what they have, on their docket, because I haven't heard of a proposal yet that's going to use $7 million or whatever at this point. And if we commit to using the CPI or whatever the inflationary factor, then we're going to double or triple the interest. We're already, according to this schedule, paying $1 million in interest over the 10 years. hopefully we can use those pension obligation funds. I'm totally in favor of that, to cut down the amount and to make it available for Measure B sooner than later. But, you know, if we tripled that number to $3 million, then where are we getting it? And, you know, that's just a question that we need to ask ourselves. Where are we going to get that money? Because I think you've talked about us going bankrupt at times. And I don't see us cutting, you know, more services to people who need them.
Supervisor Jurdy, I saw your pen, and then I see Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I think today's item is to give direction to staff on bringing something back. So I would move to direct staff to bring back a resolution authorizing this proposal. Perhaps it could be put in the resolution that it is the board's intent to pay off the loan in full. I don't think it should be required as a part of the resolution, but it's the intent of this board that the loan amount will be paid off in full once the pension obligation bonds are paid off by redirecting general fund dollars. If that were to happen, it's a future board's action. The future board would be able to pay it off in what is shown as year 4. So it would only be a 3-year loan. And but I think that a resolution saying that, I think, would try to cover all bases.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think I'm going to vote against it. I don't think we're leaving Measure B whole. I feel like I want to say yes. I want to be a team player, but I have to look out for the taxpayers, and I don't think this is in line with their intention.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, if that was a motion by Supervisor Jurdy, I would second it.
Yeah, that was my motion.
Supervisor McGordy?
I certainly agree in principle with Supervisor Williams, but I'm also practical about when we have to get things done. And I think it's important to move ahead with this project, get it done as rapidly as possible, and repay our loan as rapidly as possible. So that's
If I may, can I ask a question?
Yes,
If I
please
may,
go
through the
ahead.
chair. So the intent would be that this loan would begin once the jail has completed, and if we had used any. So if the jail is to be completed in October of, say, 2025, the loan wouldn't begin until then, and the pension obligation bonds are due to be paid off by 7/1 of 26. So there would just be there'd be a little bit of a lag time, 6 months or so. So I just want to kind of give that as clarification.
Okay, so it could be paid. It could, in theory, be paid off even sooner. Of course, the county doesn't have the funds the moment they stop making payments on the pension obligation bonds. It's just the money the county is using to pay the pension obligation bonds could be redirected by the board at that time to something else. So the concept in the resolution would just be to say that it's the wish of this board that that money from the pension obligation bonds would, to the extent possible, would be applied to pay off the principal and interest of this loan as soon as possible. So it may only be 1 year of interest and before it's paid off in full. Actually, I think it would probably take at least 2 years, because of the $8 million we're using to pay the pension obligation bonds, only about half of that's from the general fund, and about roughly 45% or so is coming out of non-general fund. And we can't use non-general fund funds to pay off this loan.
We do have a motion on the table. I'm just wondering if there's any members that would support, and maybe if the resolution could come back with a less than 10-year loan, if it was 5 years, because if the intention of the board is to essentially obligate other boards to pay this off with the pension bond funds, then there's a potential opportunity to not draw it out for 10 years, and then to Supervisor Williams' point, the money could be used more rapidly to address substance misuse disorder and capital Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate the four of you getting the project done. I'm with you in concept on all of this. My only point of contention is the interest rate. I think we're effectively subsidizing our general fund with Measure B. And I think that that's wrong. But I'm happy to see the project go forward.
I think I want to leave the motion as it stands.
Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please. Oh, I already called for public comment, but I don't think that there's anybody in the room that wishes to comment. And there's no hands raised online. So roll call, please.
Yes. Yes.
Supervisor Dirty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
No.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Chair Mulhern?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Thank you for that. We do have a timed closed session item. CEO, would you like to go ahead and just get started with the budget conversation? At this point, are we prepared for that, for item 4C?
Certainly, we can move forward with 4C. I think it'll take the team a couple minutes to get up here and we can get started. And if we need to break for a timed item at noon, we will do so.
Okay.
So, Chair, would you like me to begin?
Yeah.
So before you today is the start, one of 3 workshops for fiscal year 24-25. The budget hearing will be in June. I believe it's around the 5th or 6th of June for the 24-25 fiscal year. I'd like to remind the county and this board that the county is experiencing an increase in expenses and stagnant revenue, continuing the financial difficulties that we've been in for the last couple of years. In this presentation, you'll see some updates regarding the state budget, legislation, and we are asking for your direction and input on the goals that we have discussed and have heard from you. Some of those goals were included in the budget deficit plan that was presented earlier. So at this point, I will turn it over to Acting Deputy CEO Tony Riggs.
Good morning, Chair Mulhern, members of the board. Tony Riggs, Acting Deputy CEO. Thank you for the opportunity to show you this presentation here today. We believe it's important that any discussions regarding our 24-25 budget first include a review of the county's mission and also our strategic priorities as adopted by this board. So we'll start our presentation here today with a review of the county's mission and the strategic priorities. We'll move on then to our budget goals for fiscal year 24-25. We will then move to we will invite HR to speak on the position allocation table, and we'll invite Dr. Jeanine Miller, as Chair Mulhern mentioned prior, to speak a little on Cal-AIM and Proposition 1. Then we will move on to a high-level look at 1991 and 2011 realignment funding. From there, we'll conclude with a review of the state budget deficit and then our budget schedule going forward. So I will add here that we'll have opportunities for questions as we move from topic to topic, and I'll let you know when those occur. Okay, so here, our first slide. Our county's mission: deliver services that meet public safety, health, social, cultural, education, transportation, economic, and environmental needs of our community. And in support of that mission, we have our strategic priorities. Now here, we're very familiar with these strategic priorities. I think it's important to note that the discussion today regarding our 24-25 budget really speaks to an effective county government as foundational in many respects to the other three pillars. And so our attempt here is to highlight our budget goals for 24-25 as a way to further that effective government and effective budgeting. So with that, I will pass it to CEO Antle to speak a little here on our goals.
So if I may add, in the 24-25 recommended goals, the top three were discussed with this board earlier as part of the budget deficit for this current year. Again, and under revenue collections, it would be the collection of our property tax and evaluation of assessments, property tax auctions, optimizing realignment, and collection of unpaid fees and permits. Expense management, align staffing levels with services, and coordinate and consolidate operations as needed and where possible. And then leadership, develop performance metrics and continuous learning. Focus on mandated service. Mr. Rakes and I attended a realignment class put on by CSAC last week. And under the 2011 realignment, we will talk more about a county's #1 priority, and that is public safety. And then reduce reliance on one-time funds. I think in the past, we've all seen where we have used carry forward, which is considered one time as filling an operational gap in our budget. We again strive not to do that. And if those things are followed, we believe we can get to a balanced budget.
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Acting Deputy CEO. Just to highlight there and to springboard a little on CEO Antle's comments, our goal every year is about a balanced budget. In this case, it's a balanced budget with these considerations in mind, really trying to be aware of where our budget is, what carry forwards we have available, what one-time funding we have, and trying to make a concerted effort to make sure that ongoing costs are covered by ongoing expenses and one-time costs respectively covered by one-time revenues. So let's go ahead and move on to questions on this. Are there any questions thus far as we move on to inviting HR up to the podium?
I don't see any questions from Supervisor Jordy.
So CEO Antle read some content that wasn't in the PowerPoint, so I'm just going off of what she said. Talked about revenue collection and the collection of revenue, including from property taxes, and we've had many discussions at the board for many years actually about anecdotal information of what is believed to be thousands of buildings built in Mendocino County without building permits, and that the only way that those buildings ever show up on the property tax rolls is when the buildings are sold, the properties are sold and they're reassessed at the current market rate at that time. But at any given time, depending on, there could be 2, 3, 4, 5,000 buildings out there, maybe a second or third building on property that is not on the tax rolls. And we do hear anecdotal comments from the assessor of new assessments that are coming on the rolls. Almost entirely the information the board's receiving right now is from people who came through the front door. Someone who bought a house and they're being added to the assessed rolls, or someone who built a building with a building permit, they're being added to the assessment rolls. What the board is not hearing, what the public is not hearing is how many buildings, what's the assessed valuation of the properties of people who did not get buildings with building permits, who built without building permits. Again, it's been widely believed since the days of Johnny Pinches that there are several thousand of these buildings in Mendocino County without building permits and are not showing up on the property tax rolls until the property sells, which could be 20, 30 years later. And so, I really feel like the board needs to give direction to the executive office that we want to see a monthly tally of the number of buildings that what the assessor's office calls discovery. Is it 1 building a month? Is it 2? Is it 10? How many buildings is the assessor's office adding to the assessment rolls that is through the discovery process, which could be used, we now have satellite data. We have all sorts of information at their disposal to identify these buildings that are not on the tax rolls. And for the public's benefit, they need to know that just because a building is added to the tax rolls doesn't mean they have to actually get a building permit for the building. They're just added to the tax rolls. The assessor's office doesn't inform the building code enforcement that this building was built without a building permit. It actually works the other way around. Sometimes code enforcement will tell the assessor's office that they just ran into a building without a building permit, and they discovered it wasn't on the assessor's rolls. But my understanding is the assessor's office is actually prohibited from contacting the building department to tell them when they've identified a building without a building permit. So all it does is bring these people into the tax-paying system and paying taxes on this. And it's been discussed for years, and I really feel like the executive office needs to run a monthly tally from the assessor's office. And if that tally shows 0 reported by the assessor's office, that's what the monthly tally shows. If it's 5, report what the assessor's office tells us. But I think we want to see a monthly tally on how many buildings are putting on the assessment through the discovery process, people who did not get a building permit.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm with Dan on this one, and we actually gave direction almost a year ago to get a monthly report. If the software can't generate a report, what do we have, 6 appraisers? Can somebody just call those 6 people and say, hey, how many houses did you assess in the last 30 days? That's all we're looking for. I want to get a sense, are we winning or losing? Right now, I think we're losing. I think that whatever revenue or increase we're bringing in, it's more than eroded. There's other construction that's happened since. And I think the board needs some assurance that we're at least moving in the right direction. We don't have that today, and I'm puzzled as to why. Does nobody know that data? Certainly, I'll tell you, the sense it gives me is you have 6 appraisers and they're not out appraising properties, and that's nobody wants to say it, but I think that's what's happening. How many vehicle miles driven, how many houses visited, how many sales transactions were entered last month? Pretty simple data. When in almost a year this board can't get a hold of it, I'm left to think that it's bad news and nobody wants to share it with us. The other point that's interesting is the focus on mandated services. Is there a list of the mandated services? Or are we not quite sure what the mandated services are today? I know public safety is mandated, no question there, but what are we doing as a county that's not mandated?
CEO Antle?
I would say at this point, Supervisor Williams, if I may, through the chair, not many. I mean, there's a few, and we may be supplying, providing a program, I'll say foster care for lack of a other thing right now. We may be providing a service in that program that is not mandated. And I think that's the level we have to go to. Right?
So
it's
the
a
focus,
deep dive.
The focus on mandated services won't trim much because we don't do much beyond mandates.
That's, to my knowledge right now today, I would say yes.
So looking at, say, revenue collection doesn't bring in anything more, focus on mandated services we're already doing, balanced budget, we have to because we're going to run out of one-time funds. We have no choice. We're missing the icon for how we get there. This is focused on we need to live within means and keep providing what we're providing today. But we know we had a $7 million shortfall. What's going to make up that $7 million going forward?
If I may, through the chair, I presented to you through the budget deficit plan at this point through the work with GGBI and the department heads, we've been able to fill that gap to roughly 6.5 we found funding for. We're able to cover that. There's 1.5 still remaining of that one-time fund. We will be before you with acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and I can't remember if it's the 23rd or May 7th, before you with picking which one-time funds you want to use for those leftover expenses. So we've really worked hard, crunched down, and closed that gap. But again, more needs to move forward. Again, expenses are higher. We've given raises, and we know we're going to have an increase to our health plan. So the basics, we know those things are set. Right now, we are way down in staffing for public safety. And in the 2011, you'll see, when we talk earlier, you'll see some of the programs in 2011 that the state realigned and said they were part of public safety, and that included services, support, and mental health items. So again, it's not just law enforcement type work. When we talk about that, it comes down to further items and the support that is needed to support those programs is basically what we're doing, along with, ag and PBS and those kinds of things that we need to supply as an agency.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, last summer, the board approved amnesty program to get properties that weren't discovered yet into the system so we could collect taxes on those. I heard from Julia Krog the other day that there were 40, I think, properties that are taking advantage of that amnesty program. And so I guess the question is, do we know, and I haven't checked with Katrina Bartolome yet, about do we know if those are being assessed properly at this point?
If I may through the...
It's just another part of that discovery piece.
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, acting deputy CEO, we can certainly work with the assessor clerk recorder on that to not only discover that piece, but also to address what Supervisor Jurdy had brought up regarding the reporting of assessed properties. And just for a point of clarification, if I may, if we're unable or if we don't have the data that we present may have to be qualified with we're not entirely confident in the accuracy of the data within a certain degree, or if there's zero, we report zero. And I think we can certainly work with Katrina on that to pull that data and discuss further.
If I may, through the chair, Supervisor Hashek, the amnesty program, and I don't know if Julia Krog's on, it was in the CEO report recently. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but I think there is a fair amount that have come in, but if Julia is there, maybe she could jump in, or John Burks.
Supervisor Williams, did you have a question?
I did for Tony Rakes. Tony, do you have access to the software to run the report?
I may, through the chair.
Yes, please, go ahead.
We have staff in IT that is very good at running reports out of the property management system.
Okay, so what I'm looking for is total valuation month to month. If the board were to direct you to bring it back, could you do it? Do you have the access and the tools at hand?
What we can do is run reports. Validating the reports is where it becomes difficult, and that's what we really need collaboration with the offices on.
Appreciate that, but if for some reason we can't get validation, I would still like to see the unvalidated report attached to the CEO report every month, so that we can see the total valuation this month versus last month, and maybe year-to-date increase.
Director Krog has been brought into the meeting regarding the building amnesty. So, Julia, do you happen to know if the properties that applied for a building amnesty are now being assessed?
Well, so we would send over any permits that once they're issued, we'd send over a copy to the assessor's office. So any permits that have been issued at this point through the amnesty program have been provided over to the assessor's office. Those that are under review would not yet have been provided over to the assessor's office.
Thank you. Supervisor Journey?
So for clarification, the information that we're getting right now does not answer the question, are any of these buildings that are getting added to the tax rolls through the discovery process? Right now, what we're hearing from the assessor is X number of buildings or X amount of assessments added to the tax rolls. But when we have asked questions, what we've been told is these are the people who come through the front door every year. People who buy a home, the transaction is recorded at the title company. People and at our offices, people who get building permits and get those building permits signed off. What we're talking about the discovery process are people who do not come from the front door, people who just build buildings without building permits. And the county of Mendocino has a long, multi-decade history of not discovering those buildings and adding them to the tax rolls. And so it's the discovery units, it's the assessed valuation of the discovery units that we want to know, not just how much are they doing the routine, mundane work of that office. And from what we've heard, it's virtually nothing on that front. And to show people what we would need to see and what might be discoverable, if there are, in fact, let's throw out a number, 3,000 houses that have been built without building permits, if on average they were 1,400 square feet, probably a good guess, they would have, on average, probably an assessed value of $300 a square foot. The amount of money that the county of Mendocino would keep, because we don't keep most of the property tax, most of it goes to schools, it'd be about $4.4 million a year. So that's the task ahead for the assessor's office. Can they get anywhere near 3,000 buildings that have been built, that are likely to have been built, that are not on the assessments in the system? Because it's going to take something like 3,000 just to bring in $4.4 million a year to this county, to county government.
I believe it was Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Hashak.
Could we, Chair, could we see if there's board support for directing Deputy CEO Rakes to provide a monthly update on total valuation and try to separate new assessments that were from discovery from the remainder?
We can do that. Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I think that this question about discovery and the whole idea with amnesty was to facilitate that discovery, because those aren't people who normally were coming through, you know, by definition, they weren't coming through the front door.
Exactly. So, but it might be 100 out of 3,000.
Right.
So it's a very small drop in the bucket.
Tony, or sorry, Deputy Rakes, can you provide the board with the information in the CEO report and then just qualify whether or not it's been verified by the assessor's office? I'm assuming that they would love to work with you to make sure that we're providing the correct information in the CEO report. My concern is that having incorrect or unvalidated information to the public usually causes more concern than is helpful. Director, or yeah. Mr. Rakes.
Thank you, Chair Mulhern. You bring up a good point, and we really do not want or want to avoid as much as possible providing data that may make the lives of the departments much more difficult, particularly if it's inaccurate data. But that said, if the board wishes, we certainly can provide information with the caveat that the data has not been verified, though we may want to consider perhaps having a conversation with the assessor clerk recorder first, just to see if we can get a process in place where there's some agreement on the information going out ahead of time.
Thank you, appreciate that. Supervisor,
if I may, I would just want to make sure that we can get the data. We have had some problems getting reports out of the system. So we can do some work in the next couple of weeks and let you know on the 23rd if we currently have the access in-house to get that report. So we'll work on it, or we'll have some examples to share.
Supervisor Williams?
The annual budget book has total valuations. You can go back to the early 60s and you see it typewriter. Mm-hmm. How is it that we can produce that number, but we can't run a report for last month? Isn't that the same report? I guess under the foundational question, the number we're publishing in the budget book, do we believe that to be validated and accurate?
If I may, through the chair.
Please do.
I believe that would be a question that we'd want to ask
So I think maybe part of the direction is to ask that question, are we publishing an accurate number? What is that report that we run to produce the number we publish in the budget book? Can we run that same report every month?
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
As far as revenue goes, we've talked about short-term rentals and the collection of those taxes and going to host compliance or HDL or some consultant who can do that work for us. Are we doing that at this point?
CEO?
I'm going to ask Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I know it has been on her agenda and list to get to. I don't know how far down the process we are.
Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Can you repeat the question? Sorry, I wasn't.
Well, we've talked about, fully collecting the short-term rental taxes from these platforms, and there's these consultants out there that will make sure that we collect everything, or say they can.
Yeah.
So are we contracting with anyone to do that?
Yes, we are contracted with host compliance right now. We are working through the process. There's, I think, 4 phases, and we're just in the beginning phase. It has not been the top priority, but we are working through it.
Okay.
And so the board knows, I am working on an agenda item to be brought forward where the host companies collect the funds as part of their process from the individual folks that rent an STR, and then they submit it on behalf of the host. So it works, is my understanding, it works in conjunction with host compliance. However, it takes a step out of the process and sends the funds directly to the county. That's an agenda item I'm working on bringing forward. It would be an ordinance change. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I was about to say other counties have an ordinance that requires the platforms to collect it, and it removes the county's financial burden of performing the audit. If somebody books it, John's extra bedroom in willits.com, that's not going to trigger it. But if they book through Airbnb or VRBO, the platform would collect and send the funds to the county, so we'd be at 100%. And I actually stopped working on an ordinance because one of the platforms told me somebody else on the board was, so I support it when it comes forward.
If I may, through the chair, I will need to work with Supervisor Mulhern just to make sure that it doesn't cross up with the host compliance contract.
Yeah, and other counties do this. We're actually the anomaly. Most counties do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With no further questions on the recommended budget goals here, I think we can move ourselves on to the next slide, which is to invite HR to come and speak about the position allocations.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, Assistant Counsel Scott, Jessica, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. If I may, through the chair, I was hoping that I could ask Deputy Director Gina Connor to come and speak before we go to closed session, so she wouldn't have to stay through.
Yes.
The child welfare workforce study that we are currently working with social services is, so we would like Deputy Director to come and explain to the staff what the process is.
Thank you.
Good morning, Gina Connor, Deputy Director for Family and Children's Services. In September of 2023, I was asked by the California Department of Social Services for Mendocino County Family and Children's Services to be one of the participants in a state-funded and organized child welfare social worker job redesign study with Dr. Anita Barbie from the University of Louisville. As counties across the state, we've been experiencing significant challenges with recruiting and retaining child welfare social workers. So the State Department of Social Services has been looking at workforce issues. So the state was looking for 6 counties, and at this time I'm only aware of LA and San Diego, in addition to that, as some other counties may have joined, I'm just not aware. Dr. Barbie previously conducted this type of study with the state of Louisiana's Department of Children and Family Services, and that study showed promise in reducing perceptions of work stress and role conflict, increasing time available for the social work with families such as interviews, home visits, case planning, and improving the case practice. So this opportunity was discussed with our previous Social Services Director, Becky Emery, CEO Antle, and County Human Resources, and the okay was given for us to volunteer to be part of this study because we do want to reduce the amount of stress and our staff leaving due to being overloaded with tasks, feeling misaligned between why they wanted to do this work and what they actually have to do every day, and increase our recruitment and retention of social workers. So this study is conducting an in-depth social worker job analysis for our emergency response and continuing services social worker positions to look at the job tasks and how the tasks might be divided into different categories, such as tasks that need to be done by social workers and tasks that could be done by social worker assistants or clerical staff. So they will analyze the type and level of the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed to do each task, how much time is usually spent on each task, and the importance of each task for case success. This will help us in part identify actually how many social workers, social worker assistants, and clerical staff are needed based on the number of referrals and cases we typically have each year. And the evaluation of this study will look at the time on task, the feelings about the job, staff retention, and practice outcomes. So far, Dr. Barbie and her team have been engaged with Denise Bartlemay from County Human Resources and social worker supervisor Danielle Shields from my department to collect and review for documents such as within MCDSS Social Services, our staff resources has a career ladder for social worker positions. They're also looking at job recruitment advertising, the social worker class series specifications, the county's performance employee evaluation document, and then Family and Children Services onboarding trainings and procedures. And then Dr. Barbie and her team will be here on site April 24th and 25th to provide an orientation to this study. And they'll be conducting interviews with 3 emergency response social workers, 1 emergency response supervisor, 3 continuing services social workers, and 1 continuing supervisor related to job task and gather the initial data for the analysis. Some interviews will be done in Ukiah, some in Willits, and it will be a mix of staff from our Fort Bragg, Willits, and Ukiah offices, as well as a mix of newer and more experienced staff. Dr. Barbie wanted a good mix. So that's where we are at this point. Any questions?
Any questions from the
Yeah,
board?
one.
Supervisor Williams?
I imagine we will be more viable investing in the people we have and trying to develop their careers than recruiting from the outside. Is there more the board could do to support tuition reimbursement, maybe contingent on staying employed here for a few years so that the public isn't on the losing end of the deal? And do you think there's any interest among employees as far as career development?
I can only speak for my department in children's. There is the Title IV-E stipend program that our county doesn't pay into, but if an employee goes through or applies through one of the state colleges that has the Bachelor in Social Work or Master in Social Work program, there is state funding for that. And then we provide the support in terms of providing their field placement within our department while they're working for us. And we've had quite a few staff that have gone through that. We currently have some staff as well.
Do you think there's more we should be doing? Is there demand internally? If we had a program, would people be making use of it?
Well, I think definitely the challenge of managing the workloads that they have as well as going to school. I admire them. I couldn't do it. I did school first and then started my job. But definitely the demands of work people have to balance, doing schoolwork as well as working full-time.
Thank you. Thank you for staying this morning. Deputy CEO Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So this item from Human Resources, want to give you an update that the county is, currently remains in a hiring freeze except for public safety and the mandated positions such as the social workers. The Executive Office and Human Resources require written explanations citing regulations that the positions are mandated and must be filled, and then if not filled, what service won't be provided or mandated task wouldn't be complete due to the vacancy. So each requisition that does come through to Human Resources is reviewed by Human Resources prior to coming to the Executive Office and with review if the position will be approved or not approved. Of this, also, as you can see, we just have a little to show you about the current allocated positions that we have with the hiring freeze, and it has helped a bit where we had the allocated positions in July of 2023 at 1,520, and as of March 2nd, we have 1,500 or 1,501. So what Human Resources was recommending and would like direction from the board moving forward into fiscal year 24-25, remove all unfunded frozen positions and vacant funded positions from the position allocation table that have been vacant from 18 months or more, with the exception of public safety positions. So as you can see, we have a current number of vacant positions at 402, current number of frozen positions 146. So if we remove the funded vacant positions that are 18 months and over, that's 35 positions. Remove frozen unfunded positions that are not public safety, 136 positions. So a removal of funded and frozen positions at 171 positions, bringing the allocation from to about 1,330 positions.
Supervisor, oh, sorry, were you not finished?
Almost.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay, so just wanted to state over the past 10 years, the filled positions on the position allocation table has only averaged about 1,100 positions. So we have been running with about 400 vacancies on the position allocation table for about 10 years. Human Resources will continue to work with the departments to look at their vacant positions, and if they don't have plans to fill them, then discuss about removing those positions. And how they're going to be creating efficiencies with the staff that they do have. And if the departments are in need of adding positions back to the position allocation table, they bring a written recommendation or justification to the Human Resources and the Executive Office to why they need to add those positions back on. It is not a difficult process. Human Resources will provide agenda summary, bring it to the board, and the positions will be added back to the position allocation tables. These positions are not being abolished. They're just being removed from the position allocation table. If they're abolished, that means you have to start basically over and go to the civil service. We're not doing that. We're just removing them. We're cleaning up the position allocation.
Supervisors Williams, Sturdy, and then McGordy.
I recollect several times the board giving direction to close out positions, and yet we have just about as many as when I started here, and so it's confusing how they get back on the books. And I think it confuses the public, and it's really hard during negotiations because you look at money that you would be spending if you filled the position, but everybody knows we're not going to fill all of those. So I support that. What's less clear to me is when we talk about closing out positions, you zoom out and it makes sense, but you zoom in and you see, well, probation, if they may have a hard time recruiting and finding somebody, but they definitely need that position. They're bare bones. And so do you have good visibility on whether these numbers match reality when you look at the specific details?
Am I through the chair?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So you mean when they're positions that are...
Yeah, I'm saying this
Bill?
sounds good, but when in the past it sounded good, but when we look at the specifics, we say, oh, well, you can't get rid of that position, and it's hard to fill. Maybe it's been over a year that we've been recruiting, but it's a critical position that fills a mandated service. We need it. What's the breakdown here? Are we looking at numbers that are realistic, we could close out and still function? Or are we not meeting mandates if we close these?
That's exactly what we've been asking the department. So if you are not meeting your mandates and you need those positions, that's what you need to be telling us. So if they're telling us in that, then we are allowing those to be hired.
So what I need to make sense of this as a supervisor, I need an org chart. I don't care if it has names. If you want to keep it anonymous, leave the names off, but I need to know the positions and are they performing, what percentage of their job is mandated functions? Most, what I would think, are 100%, maybe some are 50, and we can talk about how to shift mandated functions onto that remaining staffing that has 50% idle. Without having that data, it's really hard for this board to make any credible decisions.
Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, I was just going to say that this has been done multiple times over the years. It's sort of off and on that these are brought to the board, and I think the county's actually in a spot where it has to do this because we know that the county budget at this point is like a rubber band that's about to break because it's been pulled so tight. The labor contracts we just approved overextended the county budget. We don't have the money to pay for those contracts without reducing the workforce.
Supervisor McGording? Okay. Deputy CEO,
May I
can you,
please?
clarify how many positions you're asking the board to recommend?
170.
Okay.
And if
Can I-
I may, through the, oh,
Yeah, please go ahead and finish, and then we'll go to Supervisor Williams.
Can I have an org chart of the whole organization? Or does one exist? No. CEO shaking your head, no. Could we direct staff to create an org chart of the whole organization and distribute it to the supervisors? Is that a huge lift? Or is it like a few keystrokes?
If I may, through the chair, there are org charts in each department. So you can get the departmental org chart. I'm not saying you can't. You just don't have one that takes, the board of supervisors, CEO, and everybody and breaks them all down. You have the overall one that has the structure of who reports to who. But as far as a departmental one, we would go to each one of the departments and ask them to send their org chart and send it to you that way, because, taking our time to try and put that together is going to
I don't want to ask you to do graphic design. If you give us a stack and every employee is accounted for in that stack, I'll treat that as an org chart. It doesn't have to be, poster.
I can't say that it would be every employee. I think it would be every position that would be funded or unfunded in those things, right? So if you were to, look at the CEO org chart, you're going to see positions there that are not funded and not filled currently, right? But that's what we're saying. There are positions out there that should just come off the allocation table to get it cleaned up so we can get closer to what you're looking for, to really have a true visibility into the departments, because some of them are pretty extensive right now. I'll pick on Chief Locatelli. He has his org chart and it'll go through, but he color codes his vacant positions.
Can we use his as a template and ask the other departments to follow through? Ask them if they need help understanding how to do it? I mean, the problem.
Well, I think most of them.
I don't mean to be difficult, CEO, but the board has been asked this several times, and what happens is we say, yes, do it. And then the public calls me and they say, hey, we couldn't get blank done. And your county staff said their department lost critical personnel. The board cut the positions and won't fill it. And look, I want that visibility before we make the cut so we understand the ramifications. And I have no idea, those 170 positions. Maybe we keep operating like we are now. Nobody notices. But, I have a feeling we're going to have department heads and their management telling the public that the board has cut positions and we're not able to perform mandated services.
Deputy CEO.
Through the chair. So the positions currently are been vacant for, 35 of them been vacant for a year and a half, and there's 136 of them that the department put to freeze them. But I also wanted to say that, yes, we have come before the board, but I would say to ask for these, but Human Resources had their hands tied in many occasions where we were holding up to the freeze, and then I would call it a slush, if you will. CEO Antle holds my feet to the fire and asks me every time, why are you approving this? What did you do? What did you find? So in prior administrations, we were trying to hold it, and then they were let through. Nope, you need to fill them. So I feel like we have a better handle on what we're doing and allowed to do.
Of those 35, are any in the sheriff's office or the district attorney's office?
We are not.
No, that's the exception. The exception is public safety.
Okay, and not support positions for public safety? No.
We're not asking.
We're not asking those to be removed
So
at all.
would it be possible to, it doesn't have to be now, but could the board be apprised of the specific positions and what is lost by not filling them?
Yes, this board approves the position allocation table. So if you approve this action, the table will come back before you to approve the deletes.
I know, but when it comes back and it shows analyst 2 in a department, I have no idea what that analyst 2 would be doing. I'm trying to convey, I don't think the supervisors have enough information to make, we can make the decision, but we don't know what the ramifications will be. And if you're telling us that there are none, that's fine. We'll take it as none. I don't know that to be the case because I don't have any of the underlying information. I don't have an org chart. I don't have job descriptions on these positions. I don't know Are there 4 people in a department that are waiting for this 5th person to be hired? And now they have too much workload because we just cut a position, even though it's been open for a year and a half?
Org charts and job descriptions most of those are posted online. If not on the main website, they would be on the department website. All the classifications are there and the job duties. The specific job duty to a department is why we have to work with the department heads to understand, if I remove this analyst from your department, is that a mission critical task? Again, it's a position that's been vacant for over 18 months. We're not asking if they put a position up yesterday to remove that, or even 12 months ago. It's 18 months that we're just asking to clean up this position allocation table. It will come back before you. We can, if you need us to go gather all the org charts and the classifications, we can put that together and send it to you all.
I think before we have staff go off on that mission, and I do understand that all of the departments do have an org chart, I'm just going to pull the board a little bit to see who is in support of removing the frozen positions that have been over 18 months and are not public safety positions. So Supervisor Williams, I think
I'm in favor of it. I just don't feel like I have much visibility into any of this.
well, also the CEO and Deputy CEO Johnson have said, that a position can be added at any time. If it's removed and 6 months from now we decide it must be put back on, then certainly it can come forward. Supervisor McGordy.
So part of the reason we have a CEO and department heads is to actually take care of some of this stuff. I can't really see the Board of Supervisors drilling down to allocations for critical tasks inside of departments. And at some level, we have to trust that our system works to make sure that we have adequate staffing. And I'm kind of sufficiently satisfied in the process that we have in place from what I've heard this morning that they're making good choices. I know certainly departments get hurt when they can't staff, and it comes down to, again, what are we not going to do if we don't have the right people? So I think we'd be hearing more if things in this proposal were really a mess from both the public and from people inside of the system.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, we have this proposal brought before us to eliminate these positions that haven't been filled. We have the department heads saying that they can live without these positions, and if they can't, then they'll come back with a proposal. And so I'm ready to go ahead. That's what we need to do as a board.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I'm supporting.
Okay, so unfortunately, we do have a timed item for a closed session, and because we've handled a few of the slides that were presented in the in the agenda, I do want to take public comment in case there are other members of the public that wish to comment on the couple of things that we've already talked about that aren't able to stay or come back after closed session. So are there any members of the public in the room that wish to comment on the slides that we've already covered regarding the budget? Seeing no one come forward, are there any members of the public online? I do see a hand raised from Peter McNamee. Do you wish to comment on one of the slides we've already covered, Peter?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'll try to be brief. I thank you for giving me a moment to speak. I want to go back to the discussion about when properties get reassessed in the county that the board brought up. I'm a property owner, and whenever I have improvements made to my property, I get permits to do them. So I realize my property is being reassessed, and my taxes are changing depending on the assessed value of the property because I work within the system. And so one of the things that I have to say as a taxpayer that I think is relevant here is we don't have a level playing field here. Those of us who are good citizens and work through the process, often difficult, of keeping our properties properly assessed and getting them properly permitted, are victimized by people who don't. And at least as I understand it, during the discussion earlier, that unless you get a permit, you can make all kinds of improvements on your property, but they're not liable to show up unless you sell the property in terms of being reflected in the tax rolls, and that might be years from later. I'll point to an example that particularly galls me because it's close by, and that is Mendocino Railway. Again, has built a large facility at Glen Blair on its property, several thousand square feet, including a bar and a privately owned entertainment center. Since they haven't sold that property to anybody else, and I'm told by the county planning department that they never got permits to do that, I'm presuming, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that they also haven't had that property assessed and are not paying taxes. And so when I hear them come to you pleading for your assistance to help them make more money as a private company, it's particularly galling if in fact they're not paying their fair share of the taxes to support this county. And I would love to hear a response from anyone on the board or from the staff that will tell me whether or not they believe Mendocino Railway is paying the full value of its property taxes that it owes to the county. And if so, why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for those comments. There are no other hands raised online. Supervisor Williams?
I think we should refer that to planning and building and the assessor. I think Peter deserves an answer. It's a good question. I can't imagine a commercial establishment not having environmental health and planning and building permits finalized for a bar, in which case it would get assessed.
Thank you. I think staff can note to follow up on that. And just for any members of the public, we do have that suggestion box tab on our website. So if you are concerned that a property is not being assessed its value, please feel free to use that portal to report that. Or of course you can email planning and building or the assessor's office. With that, we are going to put a pin in item 4C and go to closed session. The board will now adjourn to closed session to hear items 6A and 6B. We will reconvene no sooner than 1:30 p.m. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on 6A or 6B? Seeing no one come forward in the room and seeing no hands raised online, we're adjourned to closed session. Thank you. I guess
Should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera. Ya, sí, ya quiero tener. Entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're gonna do, what you're gonna take with you, how you're gonna communicate, where you're gonna go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces, está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazard page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, MendoReady.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo, muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
el objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien. Y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos. Y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces, está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazard page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, MendoReady.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia.
Sí.
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazard page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, MendoReady.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo, muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
el objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien. Y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos. Y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces, está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby y a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
I would like to call the April 9th, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. There is no reportable action out of closed session. We are returning to item 4C, the discussion of the preliminary fiscal year 24-25 budget. And Mr. Rakes, would you like to pick up where you left off?
Yes, thank you. Tony Rakes, Acting Deputy CEO. We are going to bring up the slide deck here. And once we do that, I would like to welcome in Dr. Janine Miller to speak on both the Cal-AIM slide and the next Prop 1 slide, which it looks like she's here and available. So I'll pass it to her.
Thank you. Dr. Miller, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller. This first slide talks a little bit about behavioral health reform that we are going through. All of the managed care plans, as the county is a managed care plan for providing special mental health services to our community, we are going through major changes through Cal-AIMS. There's probably about 40 plus reforms that our behavioral health plans are in the process of going through. And so this kind of looks at a high level of Cal-AIMS. We will be going through transformation. We started in about 2022. We will continue to transform the system into about 2026. with the rollout of CalAIMS and then Prop 1, and I'll talk a little bit about Prop 1 on the next slide. Looking at CalAIMS, some of the stuff that we are seeing that's going to impact our budget and things that we are looking forward to also seeing additional Medi-Cal billing for. First, as of January 1st, the state initiated a mandate to have 24/7 mobile crisis response that requires the county to provide mental health mobile crisis response 24/7. That includes response without law enforcement. That is saying that 2 workers will go out, not including law enforcement, to mental health responses that are safe. So making sure that the scene is safe, and then that mobile team responds. Once we're able to meet all the state mandates for that, and that's a process going through the state, looking at all your policies, procedures, your team, your setup, all the state trainings, then it allows for some additional Medi-Cal billing that didn't exist in the past. So so that's one new mandate that we've been working on and rolling out. We also went through documentation reform, eligibility reform, network adequacy reform. Network adequacy requires that on a monthly basis, we are providing up to the state all of the types of providers, where our providers are located, what services they provide. And then the state looks at whether or not they feel, based on your Medi-Cal population, you have adequate number of providers versus Medi-Cal beneficiaries. And if you do not have adequate providers, they put you into a corrective action plan, and you have to rectify that by adding additional providers to your system of care. And that looks at all levels, especially mental health, from psychiatry all the way down to case management. We also went from billing per minute to per provider type, and that rolled out on July 1st of 2023 for the first time for many years. We've been on a per minute billing ratio, and we went to provider type. So we're interested to see with that change in CalAIMS. We'll know more as we close out the year, whether that changes the funds that's coming in, or whether that keeps us close to the same funding we've had for the last 15, 20 years. We also are moving away from just HIC, PIC, PIC codes to CPT codes. And so we're moving into a different era to align more with Medicare than just some of the Medi-Cal billing systems that we've had in place. We are looking at the big change. One of the big changes that's coming in is for the first time for 90 days pre-release program for individuals that are in the juvenile hall. Any individual in the juvenile hall that has Medi-Cal will qualify. Individuals that are in our jail, if they're a 90 days pre-release for the first time, we'll be able to bill Medi-Cal. It'll be a fee-for-service billing. And so that will actually bring some funds in for the medical services that have been paid either through behavioral health or general funds or CCP funding. And so this is a new way to look at. It's a waiver the state got to see whether or not it benefits to have 90-day pre-release services provided through Medi-Cal, and provides more of a linkage in services as they discharge from the jail. We're looking at right now the jail and juvenile hall rolling into this new Medi-Cal billable model come July 2026. Behavioral health has a mandate that as of October 2024, that we start doing more in-reach. We currently already do discharge planning, so it is a little bit of change. We'll need to have probably an additional staff in there to make sure we're meeting all the needs, but between NAFCARE, who has an individual doing discharge planning in addition to the behavioral health discharge planning, and our substance use services that we provide in the jail, we're pretty much in line to be meeting our in-reach requirements that start October 2024. We are working on, have been working with the jail and the juvenile hall to complete all of their implementation plans and then their Go Ready plans. Those have been submitted, the implementation plans for the grant we were awarded to roll out this system. And we are currently working on a universal electronic health record. So taking the county's behavioral health electronic health record, rolling it into our provider network in the community, and then rolling it into public health and to juvenile hall, and then working with NAFCARE to make sure we have interoperability between our electronic health record and theirs, so that every client that gets entered into their electronic health record, it'll automatically transition into the county's electronic health record, so that the county will have a record for every person in the jail, regardless of provider we use in the future. So we are looking at a lot of payment reform, reform, and then obviously it will be very beneficial to see this new waiver that comes in and allows us to bill Medi-Cal within our juvenile hall and our jail. And so next I'll talk about
Wait,
Prop 1.
thank you, Dr. Miller. I think we have a question from Supervisor McGordy about CalAIM, if we can do that before we do Prop 1.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Miller. So the 90-day jail juvenile hall services, what does this actually look like on the ground? So a person is discharged and then what happens?
So it actually starts prior to discharge. So once you know that someone's going to be released within 90 days, we're already providing services. So right, you have NAF Care who's providing all the healthcare services, the psychiatry services. You've got behavioral health and they're doing discharge planning and substance use treatment services. So what this changes for the jail is that for the first time, all those services we've been providing and using county funds, the county general fund or behavioral health funds, we will be able to bill Medi-Cal 90 days pre-release. So if someone is going to be released within 90 days, all of those services are now reimbursed through Medi-Cal. So what it does mean is that we know that in the jail quite often people, we don't know that someone's going to get released. So it will be a tracking system so that if someone is released, we can go back 90 days and bill for those services. And then when they leave the jail, there's a requirement for a warm handoff and a linkage to community partners. So it'll be enhancing that linkage and follow up for care to make sure they're getting to their appointments and they're getting linked to providers in the community.
Okay, well, that sounds good. It's great that you can recoup some of the costs, and it's good that you have a warm handoff so that people aren't just sort of dropped off while they still may be having serious mental health issues.
Thank you. Supervisor Judy.
So I'll ask the question I'm sure someone on the county CEO budget team's already asked, which is, do you have an estimate for, or I guess does the county jail have an estimate for the reduction in general fund costs that we'll likely see in next year's budget for the cost of operating the jail?
I do not, and that's something we plan to work on, is to look at how many inmates are going in and out and what we think we can predict for 90 days, what that looks like. We do know for the juvenile hall, the way that for youth, the way they go in and based on state, that every youth that goes in, we will now be able to recoup the Medi-Cal billable service. They will automatically be within that 90 days. So that gives us a look on that, but we are going to try, we have not gotten to that piece yet to sit down and say, what does this look like on our end from behavioral health looked at? What does this look like for the billing? Behavioral health is taking on all the billing for all this. So we are in the process of building up our billing system and are getting our staff prepared to take on additional billing for our juvenile hall, the jail, and public health. So we are going to be looking at the finances and what that looks like.
And could you clarify the date for the 24/7 mandated mobile crisis response? When is that? Is that already active or will become active?
Yeah, January 1st, 2024 is when it went live, but you have to go through a state process of approval and their trainings before they approve you to bill Medi-Cal for it.
Sure. Have we been able to do that process yet? And how do we feel about being able to hire qualified crisis representatives?
We have not been able to move 100% 24/7. We are working to recruit. We recently learned that our salary is about $2 to $3 less than our contracted providers. So it's been a little bit hard to recruit, and that's been some of the feedback that we actually have lower salaries. So there has not been a desire to come work for the county where they can go to one of our providers. We have looked at whether our providers could take this on, and we're meeting with our providers, but we are also working with law enforcement because we've had some feedback that they prefer to work with the county's team.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Is it that our contractors pay a higher hourly rate, or is it the overall compensation?
They pay a higher hourly rate.
But we may be paying more in total compensation. It just doesn't come across as competitive.
I believe we do pay more in total compensation.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to move on to Prop 1, I think we're ready for that.
So Prop 1, which now is called Behavioral Health Services Act, as most of us probably were aware, it changes our Mental Health Services Act that we currently have in place, which has been in place since 2004. While it does not, while the money doesn't change drastically of how we get the money, it does change the allocations that are going into the county or how the county has to use them. So as you'll see on these slides, you'll see the current allocation, county allocation that comes in through what is the MHSA model, and then you'll see the BH model. And you'll see that change of how we use our fundings. And so part of what you're going to see is that we see a state direct from a 5% move to a 10%. That is what they're estimating to be about 140 million annually will be taken from counties and go back to the state. Of course, that will it'll be higher or lower depending on the total amount of monies collected, but we are going to see money that's redirected to the state that was currently coming to county funding. We're going to see that what used to be community services, which is where we were able to provide a lot of additional services to our adult system of care, that's going to change a little bit because we're going to have different housing, different classifications. You're going to see a housing classification, a full service partnership classification, and then a behavioral health services and support classification. We currently spend with our MHSA funds, approximately 21% of our community service and support funds goes into housing currently, but we're going to see that go up to 30%. Then we're going to see a reduction in our full service partnership funding is how we pay for treatment. We use some of those funds to be able to match our Medi-Cal dollars so we can bring more Medi-Cal dollar and more services into our community. Based on our current estimates and the current breakdown, we're going to have probably lose about $1 million in services that we currently use. So we're going to see a reduction of $1 million that we have going into current services. We will not have that anymore. It will be going into housing, going into behavioral health services and supports, and then going back to the state. So we are going to have to look at a potential $1 million hit in how we offset some of our current treatment services. We also know that it's going to change how we do prevention, early intervention, and that might impact some of our local providers as we see a reduction in some of our prevention funds. You will see that part of the 10% going into the state, 4% will be given to California Department of Public Health to do some campaigns on prevention, but that won't be going into the behavioral health. It'll be going into public health. We know that we start 23-24 looking at all the changes. They're having us start looking at our fiscal modeling. We'll go into our community planning process and continue the transition in fiscal year 24-25. So no change in the finances until fiscal year 26-27. For the next 3 years, we'll be looking at getting our fiscal transition in place, making sure we have everything in aligned, doing our community planning process. This new system also requires more administration than the current MHSA system. So we're going to see more funds needed into some of the state mandates that are going to come into effect. And also they're looking at possibly realigning the county managed care plans more with the fiscal health managed care plans and requiring similar positions and requirements. So we're not sure what that will look like or what all will be mandated, but we do know that based on today's figures from what we're hearing from our state experts, we project over the next 2 years that MHSA is going to actually have going into a shortfall. They're projected by, I think, fiscal year 25-26, a $1.5 billion hit to MHSA. So we'll see less money coming into MHSA, into our counties for services. And so we've been looking at what that looks like for behavioral health over the next 3 years, and then how we roll into fiscal year 26-27. We also have CarePort that will be starting in December of this year, 2024. We roll in 2024. And then we also have SB 43, which is additional LPS costs that will be coming to the table. And we currently spend $3 to $3.5 million in Lanham and Petra short conservatorships. And so with SB 43, we can assume that that 3 to 3.5 is going to go up to probably 4.5. And that currently is full realignment dollars, as we can't get Medi-Cal reimbursed when people are placed in boarding care facilities. So there is a potential waiver at the state that might allow, if we opt in, to allow for some additional reimbursement through Medi-Cal. And I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have on this.
Thank you. We'll start with Supervisor Williams.
What does it mean to sustain a $1 million cut in services? Is it we treat fewer people, or we treat everyone, but we offer less treatment options? What tangibly, what does it mean?
I think it can be either way, right? I mean, we can look at it either way. My hope is my hope is that with payment reform, that we're able to make up that $1 million through the new Medi-Cal payment reform system. If we are not able to, and we're going to have a better understanding of that at the end of this year, whether or not what the state had projected was that CalAIMS was going to give the counties more dollars to reinvest into behavioral health. A lot of counties are struggling with CalAIMS. Some were really struggling with getting payments. I think most of them have gone through. Thankfully, we have not struggled with CalAIMS. We have got our payments through. We are seeing the funds coming in and out. What we can't say yet 100% is whether or not it actually is putting more money into the system. So the hope is that CalAIMS actually does put more money into the system, so the $1 million is maybe offset with CalAIMS. Should that not happen, we'll probably have to do a mix of both. We're going to have to revamp services to really look at number of services people are getting, and possibly cut some non-mandated services. Because we're a managed care plan, there are certain entitlements that we have to provide regardless of whether we have the funding.
So it may not make any difference at all to us. If it does, how do we engage the public in the process of trimming services?
I think we're definitely going to have to work with our contracted providers to make sure that we're really looking at client plans and the services they're providing, and making sure they do really good referrals to lower levels of care.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will definitely have to do some public outreach education to the community of the changes once we know how that's going to impact us.
But if we do have impacts in terms of cuts of service, will you come here first and work with the board so that we don't learn after the fact?
Yes, my hope is that when I do the presentation, I usually do a yearly presentation to the board in June. My hope that in June, and we'll see where we're at. I'm hoping that in June, especially by July, August, I'm going to have a really good understanding of whether CalAIMS is actually augmenting our system or not. And that's the hope, that CalAIMS is augmenting the system the way we project. Should it not, then yes, you guys will definitely know before we make cuts. You guys will know what we're projecting and what that looks like.
Thank you. Dr. Miller, I'm not seeing any additional questions. Supervisor McGordy, thank you.
So I want to go back just a second to the Universal Electronic Health Record. Is that designed so that it's easily shared with facilities that are treating patients?
Yeah, so it's a cloud-based system. So that any of our providers that need to use it can. And then we also are part of a health information exchange, which is also connected to partnership. And that health information exchange sweeps up the information. It's a shared platform that any provider can get information. If they're serving a client, they can get it out of the health information exchange and see what the client is, where they're being treated, what services they're getting, what type of medication they're getting. This is one of the also new initiatives across California, is to make sure that all systems are part of a health information exchange, so that you have universal sort of information about where people are being treated. And so we rolled into the health information exchange about a year ago. We were one of the first counties to work with Sac Valley to get our system up and running into the HIE. And so that information is flowing. The nice thing is that NAPCare system, TechCare, does not have that currently, but with that information flowing into Avatar, which is our system, that will actually allow that information to go up into the HIE also.
I think that's really a positive development, because there's times when people being treated are not, their providers are not aware of what's happened, and there's a chance to synchronize some of the medication and treatment, which I think is a really good thing.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Rakes, are you ready to move on to realignment?
Yes, thank you very much. We will move on to the next slide now. Here, the intention of the next 3 slides, this slide and the next 2, is really to give a high-level view of the 1991 and 2011 realignment structures. And then the third slide is a slide I believe you've seen before, but it's an intersection, a Venn diagram that shows where the 91 and 2011 programs intersect in terms of what programs they're funding. We've taken, from the executive office, a concerted effort at learning more about realignment, so that the departments currently, particularly social services, public health, behavioral health, for the primarily for the 91 realignment, and then public safety for the 2011, understand these programs pretty well. But from our side, working on the budget holistically, being able to have greater levels of conversation around how we utilize realignment funding going forward as we develop our budgets, so that we're all aware of what funding is available, what the opportunities are for this funding, and what restrictions may or may not apply. So here with the 91 realignment structure, you have at the top there that local revenue fund that represents that funding source, and the accounts that exist underneath that, or nested within. There you have what they call the mental health sub-account, and the programs that exist beneath there. The social services sub-account, which is the larger of the programs within the 91 realignment structure. The health sub-account that will include public health and indigent health care. And then we move on to the CalWorks MOE, family support, and vehicle license fee collections. This really makes up, this hasn't changed much since the adoption of 91 realignment. This has remained fairly static and has seen historically a fairly steady growth associated with the funding that's available to it. We can move on to 2011 to show you where some of the differences are, unless there are questions.
I believe that Supervisor Jody has a question on the 1991.
Of course.
Maybe this isn't the right time, but back on that slide. So, for example, under the health sub-account, it's public health. You have 2 subcategories, public health and indigent health care. I mean, public health is a pretty broad category. Is there a definition of what is allowed or not allowed within that very broad term, public health?
If I may, through the chair. One of the critical components of realignment that we're coming to understand is that the intention of it is to allow for flexibilities within counties to fund the programs or the services within those programs. So what we understand, 58 counties, 58 different ways of doing business, 50 different ways of doing of utilizing the funding, more or less. So there's more flexibility here. There's not really this is only what you can pay for. There are some, and there's more information that we'll present later on as we get down to kind of the general categories that apply. We do know like roughly what those are, but they're fairly flexible. They're really for the county to identify the needs and then utilize the funds for it. And if I may, give it to CEO Andrew.
Yeah, through the chair. I would just add the 6 sub-accounts at the top, there's no flexibility to move between those. You have flexibilities in the sub-accounts that are below within a certain amount and certain degree. So if you look at like social services, which was kind of driving this, they do have some flexibility within those programs, how they use those dollars. But the topic, the 6 across the top, we're not able to move those dollars.
So just following up on that. So under the health sub-account, there's X number of dollars that the county's receiving. And as we discussed at a recent meeting, we recently, a few months back, approved pretty steep increases for the environmental health department, which is part of public health. And I only realized after the fact that part of what necessitated the steep rise in those fee increases was the removal from the budget of these realignment dollars from the environmental health department. So it seems to me that that decision to remove the public health money from the environmental health department should be something that's at least discussed and considered by the board, and in determining how high do we want those fees to be for environmental health. So it just seems to me there needs to be a little more, so I don't know when, if that's coming back to us in April. Later, we have a fee hearing at our next meeting.
Yes. Or is
Yes,
it the 23rd?
April
or-
23rd.
23rd, yeah.
So are we going to get a little more of that background about, how much of those fees could we roll back if we redirected some of the public health dollars back to the environmental health department where it was in the past?
So I'm going to ask Acting Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Sarah Pierce to come forward. Sarah had helped put their budget together for 23-24. And as we move into 24-25, we do believe we're going to have to use some realignment dollars for environmental health.
Acting Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Sarah Pierce. So as part of 23-24, we were also going off of the prior board direction and potentially, I guess, maybe misunderstanding of full cost recovery through fees. So that's where some of that came into play, was removing the realignment and being able to cover it through fees. We are trying to work to have the fee hearing be brought back on the 23rd.
Okay, appreciate that, because I think from my perspective, we're only voting to raise fees to the point necessary. So the decision to move, in this case, realignment dollars from one public health program to another should be, in my opinion, a decision of the board, because there may be some public health programs we feel, they're all important, but maybe some are more important than others. And just that example, there are either school districts or businesses that are doing their best to provide a service to the public, and to what extent do we want to be raising the fees for what they would probably perceive as a relatively nominal public service that they're getting from the environmental health department in terms of the regulatory review. And then there's other services of the public health department, which, although maybe important, may be of less importance to the board, weighing how to allocate these funds. So anyway, I guess from my perspective, it wasn't so much we wanted to raise fees to the maximum extent possible. We just wanted the departments to be self-sufficient, but we didn't necessarily want to remove state dollars from their programs without understanding the consequences of it.
Understood.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams? Oh, CEO, did you have something you
I
needed
was
to
just
add?
going to ask Sarah to clarify, if you recall, how much realignment does public health receive?
I don't recall in total how much realignment. I'd have to get back to that. If Dr. Miller's still on the line, she might know.
Okay. And then how much has environmental health used in the past?
In the past,
Wasn't it close to-
environmental health was using about $1 million of realignment over all of their programs.
Supervisor Williams?
These were state programs, and with revenue flattening from Prop 13 and so forth, the state said, here, local government, you can run the program better, and here's a fraction of the money that you need. And each year it's worse. So, it gives the appearance that, well, counties can decide how to run these programs 58 different ways throughout the state, and we'll get a better result. Really, it's a way to stick local government with a problem they can't solve. We don't have enough money to 100% fund all of these programs to meet the mandates. It's impossible. And our staff takes the blame, we take the blame. Somebody will ask, why is public health better in another county? Well, it's probably because in that county something else is falling off the list. It's not an accident. This is by design. And if you're a wealthy urban county with a lot of new development, you're doing just fine under this system. But if you're a rural county or a no-growth county, you have declining revenue. So the reason I frame that is I think the board needs to take a more active role, picking and choosing which of these programs we're going to operate at 100% and which we decide are a priority but are a lower priority. Maybe one has to be bottom of the list by definition of a list. And if we leave it to staff, it's not really fair. They're going to take the blame that these programs aren't all working like they should. I think it's a public policy decision on our part of what matters most to the people of Mendocino County. You're not going to pull off all of these efforts as well as we would like.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. Say the health sub-account. So if there $1 million used to be going to environmental health, and we pulled that back into public health, maybe there's $5 or $10 million there. And so what we've done is we still have the $5 or the $10 million, right? Plus the $1 million from environmental health. That's correct?
If I may, through the chair.
Please go ahead.
To my understanding, yes. Now, to expand a little bit further on that, part of the real benefit from what we've been engaging in is to understand all these ramifications to a much greater degree too, so that we know, of course, there's some growth and there'll be changes in the amount of realignment dollars coming in based on the funding streams, which are primarily sales tax and vehicle license fees. And there's volatility inherent in those. So they may go up and down depending on environmental, economic factors. But understanding, yes, if $1 million is taken in your example from environmental health, given back to the Public Health Realignment Fund to then be distributed throughout other public health services, what does that look like? And what, I think, to Supervisor Jurdy's comment around the board having insight and visibility into that to make decisions regarding the budget.
I think that's the big question we're all asking at this point.
Yeah. Well, our intention. Go ahead.
And that question could be asked about every one of these groupings.
I believe it could. I believe that question could. And so with our intent is to bring forth more information regarding realignment as we certainly learn more and understand where the funding is going, what programs and services that it's currently funding, to what degree it's funding them. One of the things we discovered during our training last week was that all of these allocations are available on the state controller's website. There's a lot of information that they publish regarding realignment and what funding there is available and the appropriations to counties. So as we learn more, as we go through the budget process, our intent is to bring back, like we mentioned at April 23rd at the next meeting, to talk more about this and some of the ramifications.
Oh, very good, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if you would like to go to the 2011
we'll move on to
realignment.
2011 realignment. 2011 realignment is predominantly focused on public safety services. This was really a consequence of many factors at the time, but was really an intent, I believe, from the state of moving more services from the state level closer to the people at the county level. There could be other reasons in there too, but here you have law enforcement, and I know CEO Antle mentioned this earlier, and then the support services that are in support of those law enforcement efforts. The amount of flexibility within this realignment funding is a little bit less than the 91 realignment. So there's not the transferability that you see, the opportunities that you see in 91. There are other rules and regulations that were applied to 2011 realignment that don't exist in 1991. You'll see up there under the Local Revenue Fund 2011, you have mental health account. There's a static amount that receives every year. Or it's about $1.2 million, I believe. It's static, it doesn't change. We then move to the support services, community intervention, protective services, and again, you see behavioral health sub-account, and then down to women and children's residential treatment. And then you move over to the law enforcement section there that is almost, if you could draw a line between mental health account, support services account, and then the law enforcement services account, that would give a better representation of the separation between them, regardless of the funding coming all from the 2011 realignment. And then There on the right, you see sales and use tax growth account. That's one of the key differences between 2011 and 2091 is that, and this gets a little bit into the details regarding it, so we'll probably talk about this more on the 23rd, but there's growth inherent in both 91 and 2011 realignment, and the way that 2011 handles that growth is slightly different than 91 realignment. There's an adjustment that happens each year depending on your growth that affects the base allocation or appropriation that you receive. 2011 handles that a little bit differently in the event of a shortfall. So to recap for both 91 and 2011, our goal is to bring more information, to bring more visibility into this funding mechanism so that we can make and recommend more educated recommendations here to this board regarding our budget and funding going forward. If there are any questions on 2011.
Thank you. I'm wondering if Acting Treasurer, Tax Collector, Auditor, Controller Sarah Pierce has a question or comment about?
No, sorry, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I did want to make one comment. I misspoke. Last year, the environmental health impact for realignment was close to $1 million.
Probably your phone might be, maybe not.
Maybe not. Prior to that, it was roughly, on average, about 400,000. It was just an outlier for last year that it was higher. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, CEO Antle.
Real quick, public health gets around $3 million in realignment annually, and to acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector point, it's average 350 to 400,000 per year for environmental health.
Thank you. Would you like to proceed to the next slide?
Yes, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Jordy, did you have a question about 2011 realignment?
So I'm not sure if it's, I don't think it's specific to 2011 or 1991, but I'm just curious because within social services, and both of these programs send a significant amount of money to social services, there's the animal care division. And I don't know, in other counties, maybe animal care is not in social services, but historically that's where it's been housed in Mendocino County. I don't know if there are other counties that tuck it into the ag department, for all I know. But I guess I'm curious, are there, where's the line, if any, between state funding and animal care services? There is some, disease control with their control functions and even with their care service with treating animals that have been brought into the shelters. So I'm just kind of curious, again, maybe it's not on either of these two slides, but I think it'd be helpful for the board to know as we go into next year's budget, how do other counties fund animal care and control services? In our case, it seems to be almost entirely local taxes, local fees, almost nothing from the state. Is that the way everybody else funds it, or is that just the way we do it?
Chair, if I may.
Please go ahead.
So in the county, prior to animal care being a standalone, care and control being a standalone, it was under public health. And I think as far as how the other counties do it, I think that's going to require some research, but I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Okay.
Great. I think then we can move to the next slide, and this one is really to illustrate the intersection of 2011 with 1991 and what is shared between the two. I think this, particularly with the prior two slides, is a great representation of where that intersection is, where it overlaps, and understanding what's only exists within the 91 structure and what exists in the 2011 structure. I know we've presented this slide once before. There's some additional context here now that I think makes this much more clear. And with this, if there's any additional comments from CEO Antle regarding realignment, okay. I believe, unless there are any questions.
I'm wondering if there's anybody in the audience that would like to come forward to talk about realignment.
Yeah, good afternoon. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I just wanted to quickly let you know that I've worked with the executive office on this. They're aware of it, but I'm going to want to bring before you a letter of opposition to SB 1057 and AB 2882. Both have substantial impacts on both 1991 realignment and 2011 realignment, and they're not in the benefit of the county. They are very much like Prop 1 was for mental health, but it is for juvenile services and adult services. So it affects the JJCC, the Juvenile Justice Committee, and the CCP, the Community Corrections Partnership. So I have some draft language, and I'll run it through the executive office, but we're going to need letter of opposition really quickly from the board, which I think supports the ledge platform and goes with what we've said all along about unfunded state mandates and changing or putting more responsibilities on the county for work that used to be the state's, and that is the case in both of these bills. So
Thank you, Supervisor. I believe Supervisor Hashak has a question or comment for you.
Yeah, so it seems that with the legislative platform, including that language, that we can do that letter automatically.
I believe it fits in with the ledge platform in an automatic, but Chair Mulhern will still need to sign for the board.
Thank you. And through our normal process, typically the chair can sign letters and then bring them on an agenda item retroactively. Thank you.
So, thank you.
All right, well, I think we can move to the next slide here, slide 11. And this slide is regarding the state budget risk, and I will pass this item back to CEO Antle.
So as we've mentioned before, the state is facing a $73 billion deficit in 24-25. January proposal includes some modest reductions and deferrals, but we're also waiting to see what's happening. And I believe you all received a notice at the end of last week that the legislature and the governor are working closely to put some early action budget items to move forward. And it's about $17.3 billion in budget savings through reductions in CalWORK single allocation, partial revision, a watershed climate resiliency, broadband, loan loss reserve, climate innovation programs, and foreclosures on innovation housing preservation program. So again, that's just partial of the list under the reductions. There's also going to be delays, again, a partial list. Behavioral health, bridge housing, $235 million. California Jobs First, $183 million. Broadband last mile, $100 million. Health and Human Service Innovators, $74 million. Clean Energy Reliable Investment Plan, $100 million. So again, there's delays. And then they're looking at doing some revenue and borrowing. One of the programs that may impact us here is AIDS Drug Assistance Program Rebate Fund Loan of $500 million. And then they look to shift some funds. I'm not quite sure exactly what that means. Greenhouse gas reduction funds, $1.8 million. And then deferrals, statewide payroll deferral of $1.6 billion, and UC and USC deferrals of about $500 million. So there's a lot happening at the state. We're following it closely. I think more on this action should be out this week as they're going through the processes, and we hope to hear something on April 11th. So again, on the 23rd, we expect to have more information for you, but the May revise is usually around May 10th to the 15th. So it still puts us in flux at not knowing exactly what those dollars are coming in. When we were talking about realignment, we were talking about sales tax and vehicle license fees. Both of those have trended down until February and March. So hopefully we'll have a good quarter here that can help us move forward into the next fiscal year.
And with that, we'll move on to, I believe, our last slide here, which is regarding the workshop schedule going forward. We have budget conferences occurring this week. We had some conferences yesterday. We'll continue our conferences tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday with the departments regarding their submitted budgets. So we'll have more information regarding the submitted budgets for each department. And then on to the April 23rd meeting. We've already discussed bringing back several items and some additional information then. And then May 7th for our third quarter report that we'll present, and then last budget workshop, and then on to June 4th and 5th. And I believe this one's a tentative date. I could be wrong, but for a final budget public hearing. And with that, I believe we can end on our closing slide and open it up to any thoughts or questions. Or
Thank you. I have Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Jordy.
Chair, did we already record direction earlier about the valuation month over month and so forth?
I believe that the clerk has been collecting that direction, but we can clarify before we end the item. Supervisor Jordy?
Question for the CEO or someone else. Does anybody think it's remotely possible that the budget we adopt in June can possibly be balanced?
Preliminary right now, no. Your revenues are way short from the expenditures.
Okay. So by state law, we have to adopt a balanced budget. So the only other way, if annualized revenues exceed or are less than annualized expenses, would be to further deplete our tiny, modest little reserves, right? So that's about our only other option, because we can't legally adopt a budget that's not balanced.
Right. We'd have to bring some proposals for you, and hopefully on the 23rd and the 7th, those are opportunities. If there's cuts or reductions that this board would like to look at, we will know more as we meet. But, preliminary look, our revenues are short about 10 million and short 3 million from last year. So we're already starting in a hole with our revenues down.
So we adopted this year's budget with a $7 million structural deficit, borrowing or taking one-time expense revenues to pay for ongoing expenses. But during the course of the year, though, we pulled back about $2.5 million of general fund from social services. So that doesn't account for increase in costs. That's just, so as if we had a status quo budget, I guess we would be only short $4.5 million. But because we don't have a status quo budget, we have rising labor costs, benefit costs, et cetera. That's probably where the shortfall still puts us back at around 10 million.
Off the top of my head, yes. Again, we just saw preliminary numbers yesterday. So yes, but through the course of this year, that 7 million, we were able to shrink that to 5.5. So we're really 1.7 of one-time funds. And we'll be working with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to decide what pot of the money that you had set aside for the 7 million that you want to pull that from. My guess is going to be the mental health reserve, ARPA, and PG&E. So instead of tapping those at the dollar amount that we did, we won't be tapping those. We've been able to fill that. Then to the next question about increase in wage, when we increased the wage earlier this fiscal year, we went to the department's heads and said, can you afford this? And they said yes, with the exception of public safety. We knew that. But everybody else is absorbing right now those increases that came into effect in January.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Can you talk about the teeter plan? Are any changes being considered?
I would say yes, but we're still in early review of that, including with council.
In early review, roughly what dollar figure are we seeing as a potential shift annually?
Auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, it's gone, but I believe for 24, 25, we would be looking at revenue of 2 million, but let Sarah give you the most update.
Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Sarah Pierce. So for 24-25, we are still looking at a potential revenue of $1.5 million, where we had budgeted an expense of $500,000. So it's a $2 million swing. I believe that will still be the case going forward, but this is I need to do some further research on it.
Okay.
I cannot answer questions right now.
Okay, and then the other question, I think since about 2016, the state has allowed two models of budgeting. One is June 30th, the other is June 30th interim with an October 2nd. Is one approach better for us?
So if I may, through the chair, I did a little research on this earlier this year because I didn't think there was any way we were going to be able to do this. And I don't have that document in front of me, but I asked Acting County Counsel Jim Ross, and I don't know if Jim's on, if he could pop in and just help me clarify. My understanding is it doesn't really get us much because not a whole lot changes in that 3-month period, and it would extend our timeline for outside audit and compliance in that manner. But is Jim on?
He's in the meeting.
I'll take your word for it. It's been looked at.
Okay.
And then last, if we find that the county is in a position where, with various cuts coming from the state, we can't provide mandated services, what does that look like for us? How do we notice the state that we just can't do it? This Board of Supervisors doesn't print money. Either there's enough coming down to pull it off or there's not. I think there's a chance there may not be. And this won't be for all counties, but it'll be for some like ours, no growth rural, with a large caseload. What is the procedure? I don't think it's the ledge platform. How do we notice the state that we just can't do it on this level of funding and specify where we're going to fall short?
If I may, through the chair, we would want to continue to work with the organizations, whether it's the Department of Healthcare Services, the controllers, the state controller's office, and let them know that we're not going to be able to provide this service with these fundings as our revenue is flat and our expenses continue to rise. And that, again, to your point, we're not the only county. It's rural counties, the wealthy counties. They don't have this problem, but the rural counties where you don't see a lot of increase in property tax year over year, where in the large counties they do.
When I read the mandates, it's fairly flat list. I don't see any priorities in there other than the Constitution says public safety first. But what does public safety mean? Some of us would say the assessor's office is part of public safety because if you don't assess, and the tax collector, if you don't collect the taxes, you're not going to spend them on law enforcement or probation. It's all intertwined. Is the Board of Supervisors in a driver's seat to decide what to fund and where we fall short? Or are there mandates that tell us if we don't have enough for everything, what gets cut first?
There's not anything in statute that I understand at this point. I would research it unless county council, assistant county council, or acting county council have something to add on that. I think it would be at this board would have to make some hard decisions as we've tried to do in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashek.
Well, you went through the numbers pretty quickly about the budget situation. So is that coming back on April 23rd?
We will have more on April 23rd, but again, it'll be a high level as we continue to work with the departments to see what we can, kind of negotiate. Sometimes we look at what their ask is and they need, a new building or they need cars. I don't think many are asking for that this year. They understand the severity of where we're at. But that we have not gone through. That's what is occurring this week in the budget conferences. So we're going through, checking their ask, understanding what they really need. And we have Jessica Sandoval here who's helping us, that's also doing a comparison on salary projections to what the department projected to make sure we're in alignment with that department. And if we're not, why are they projecting higher or lower than what we had sent out? So there's a lot happening this current week.
Okay, so on the 23rd, we should have that high level really big picture approach to the budget.
Yes, that, and then again, you'll have more information on May 7th as well. At that point, then we just have to sharpen and move forward for the hearings, the budget hearings on June 4th and 5th.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, Mr. Ross, we did move on, but you could please comment.
Yeah, that, excuse me, through the chair, I was trying to unclick my mute and video, and Supervisor, you moved on. So on the two-step budget process, the county executive officer was correct that you really don't get much more through that process, but I am happy to, I've already have prepared a memo on that process. I'm happy to share with the board.
Could the clerk, was your presentation done, Acting Deputy CEO?
That concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have any other questions from the board, so if the clerk could just repeat the direction that was given earlier or on this item.
I believe the direction you are talking about is to direct staff to work with the assessor to provide a monthly update of the evaluation and try to separate new discovery from the amnesty program and find out if accurate numbers are being published. Is that correct?
Supervisor Williams or Supervisor Jurdy?
Accurate numbers being published in the annual budget book.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy?
And I think we're distinguishing discovery, which includes the code enforcement referrals, from the routine added enrolls for the assessment.
So month over month, total increase in valuations, and month over month, total increase in valuations from discovery.
Yes. So in other words, we see a 0 on discovery month after month. We know we're making no real progress.
Yep.
Acting Deputy CEO Rakes and CEO Antle, do you
I
understand the direction?
Yes, we are taking that direction again with the caveat that that report is readily available in Munis if we, or not Munis, Aumentum. If we have to build the report, we will report back on the 23rd and let you know where we're at if we're having to build that report. And then if we have to work with the auditor or the assessor's office, we'll let you know that as well. Because we could do the, to your point, the manual process. It would just implementing that.
You only have 6 people in the county organization doing this work. Worst case, just call those 6 people and ask in the last 30 days, what did you add? Right? It'd be wonderful if we can generate a report. But if we don't want to hear, well, the software doesn't work, so we have nothing. Just 6 people, we could ask them to come in right now and tell us in the last 30 days.
Thank you. I think that the CEO's office will work with the assessor's office to try to get some accurate reporting with the understanding that the board is, asking for this information and would like to see it represented clearly. And we'll have that come back to us on the 23rd. Thank you. Okay, with that, I would like to move on to item 4D, discussion of possible action, including acceptance of presentation regarding regulations for tiny homes and possible direction to staff regarding regulations for movable tiny homes. And we have Director Krog coming forward. If there's going to be a little switch here, I think just give you a minute to switch tables. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. If it's all right, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I have a brief presentation for you today.
Yes, please do.
Okay, so it looks like it's loading. There we go. All right. So today we're talking about tiny homes. So I understand there was a bit of confusion that I've heard, I think, out in the public about the regulations for tiny homes and the distinction between what is allowable today and what is the regulation that we are working on for movable tiny homes, which are DMV registered tiny homes. So I'm going to just walk through today what we have currently allowed, and then also looking for if the board has any additional direction beyond what has already been provided as it relates to movable tiny homes, DMV registered ones. So starting with permanent construction tiny homes, these are permissible today. Someone could come into our office and say they want to build a tiny home, and they would be subject under zoning requirements to the same standards as any other type of residential dwelling, whether it's as a primary residence or as an accessory dwelling unit, and subject to the same development standards such as setbacks, height standards, parking, etc. Under the building code, we did, when we adopted the 2022 California Residential Code, we adopted Appendix AQ as part of that, which has some relaxed standards for houses that are 400 square feet in area or less. And you can permit a tiny home, either subject to the California Building Code, or you can also do that as Class K. So today, any person wanting to build a permanent construction tiny home, again, that's not one that's been registered through the Department of Motor Vehicles, would be able to do so with just meeting the standard building code or under Appendix AQ and also the zoning code requirements. Now to talk about movable tiny homes. So this is the regulation that is not yet adopted, and we were in front of the board in 2022 seeking direction from you on regulations for movable tiny homes. So what I will walk through in the next couple slides is the result of that direction. We forecast to be adopting regulations for movable tiny homes in summer of 2024 as part of our inland zoning code update. So we will be coming before the board after first going to the Planning Commission for that formal adoption. So a movable tiny home, this is, again, it has to be registered through the Department of Motor Vehicles, and any DMV registered movable tiny home is then not regulated by the county building division other than for utility connections or any accessory improvements that you may make. It is subject to zoning requirements. So as part of adopting these regulations, there will need to be a zoning clearance level provided. And then there is also discussion about a building permit for the connection to utilities and also any sort of inspection that may need to be completed as part of that. So in terms of the zoning development standards, one of the main items that this board has previously directed was to allow for movable DMV registered tiny homes to be made a primary dwelling or an accessory dwelling unit. So in the long term, once this regulation is adopted, or provided it is adopted, you could end up with a property that has two movable tiny homes on it. One is a primary residence and one is an accessory dwelling unit. There are minimum sizes and also a maximum size, and this is really based upon, and also a maximum height when a vehicle is being towed, which is all based upon California Vehicle Code. We would allow, at least what we've proposed, is that you could exceed the 14-foot height limitation when it's placed on a lot and not actively being towed. But if you're towing it down the road, you can't have a 30-foot tall structure going down the road. The other aspect is just, again, complying with all standard zoning requirements for the zoning district and the type of dwelling unit. And I say type of dwelling unit because there is some exceptions to setbacks and also parking standards if you have a dwelling that's an accessory dwelling unit versus a primary residence. There's additional design standards, and this is really to ensure that you have a structure or a tiny home at the end of this that does not have the appearance like it's an RV. You want it to look like it is built onto the site. So what we had talked about at the last board meeting where we discussed this was skirting around the wheels to hide the axles and the wheels. And then insulation meeting certain standards which would ensure that this would not apply to something like a recreational vehicle or a travel trailer, that it really is a stick-built home. Again, standards related to wall framing and the type of materials that you utilize. And then one of the other items was ensuring that there was a paved parking pad or another type of installation, whether that be gravel or something that would prevent the movement of the unit. And the direction from the board was to have that alternative surface be permitted based upon a determination by the director, ensuring that it is adequate, compacted, that you're not going to have any issues related to the tiny home rolling off the site. The other aspect was that mechanical equipment be incorporated into the structure with the exception of solar, which by necessity needs to be on the roof. And then ensuring, and this was actually something that the board directed, we had some limitations on what type of siding could be used, and the board during our past meeting on this had directed that we ensure that the wall coverings are the same that you would allow for any type of permanent construction residence. Obviously, again, ensuring that it still is able to be registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles. Additionally, double pane glass windows and trim were also requirements just to ensure that you really do have the appearance like this is a stick-built structure when it's on the property. And then the minimum requirement of an efficiency kitchen, which is a type of kitchen that the term that we use for junior accessory dwelling units in our county, which is just, a very small kitchenette sort of setup, and that's considered acceptable underneath this regulation. To continue with the design standards, obviously any unit would have to be connected to approved water and septic facilities. They can use on or off-grid electricity, and the board had previously directed that generators be prohibited except in emergency circumstances, and then all of them must have a GFI shutoff breaker. Some of the other zoning requirements that would need to be met is that these would need to be certified to meet the provisions of ANSI or NFPA. And they need to display a sticker or a plaque that would show that they are in compliance. All movable tiny homes have to be licensed and registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles. And then there would be a requirement, this is at least what's been recommended, is that fire inspections be required periodically. And tentatively, we're considering that would be every 5 years. And that's just really to ensure that the structure, again, is still safe and meeting those standards. So. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions or any direction that the board may have.
Thank you. We'll start with Supervisor Williams and then go to Supervisor Hashak.
So this is exactly what we had asked for, and it strikes me as record time when I look at the calendar from when we started the process to it's done. The only item of concern is that last bullet point, the fire inspections. Would that be somebody licensed by the State Fire Marshal's office?
Typically it would be. I've been speaking with folks from the tiny home industry, and it sounds like that could also potentially be done by a building official.
Okay, as long as we have that wording in, I think there's some parts of the county that don't have someone certified to offer that inspection, and bringing in someone from Sacramento at $250 an hour, including drive time, it really drives the cost up.
Well, and I will say originally, I think we were proposing every year to have that inspection, and I received feedback that actually 5 years is completely reasonable and acceptable.
So can we include or building official in the case that it's located in a fire district that doesn't have someone trained to sign off?
I would think so.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, with the paved parking pad issue. And, an alternative is allowable, but it's got to be permitted by the director. I'm just wondering if there's a way of doing that at a lower level than the director to keep down cost and to make it more efficient.
Certainly, what I expect to do is create a policy document, so not every application would have to come across my desk, but really what are the types of surfaces and what may need to be demonstrated in order to find that surface is an acceptable alternative. So it can be done by staff and not by the director.
Okay,
yes.
Great.
I feel like that would be a happy accident to have so many that it completely bogged down your.
Wouldn't that be
your
wonderful?
Workload. I think I would love to see that happen. Okay, with that, I would like to open it up to public comment in the room first and then online. If you are calling on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature or press *9 on your phone. Please come forward, and if you could state your name for the record, that's helpful.
Yes, my name is Lindsay Wood, the Tiny Home Lady, and I'm so excited to see this take this course. Thank you so much, Julia, for working with Dan Fitzpatrick and those at the Tiny Home Industry Association. Just want to share from watching the morning news of the what's been happening here in just today, talking about peace, talking about mental health. I see the throughput is housing, right? The place where people call home, and the opportunity for you, what lays ahead in making a vote on the opportunity to give property owners the chance for them to choose, what size of home they want to live in, what kind of climate, if they want to be off grid, and contributing more to decentralized power. I really have some good ideas for the septic system. I know the gentleman that was here many months ago was talking about smaller systems, so I'd like to bring that forward to you. Just really working as a cross industry meets jurisdiction on solutions, because there's so many that are out there and we need them. They're timely. Because we can't always use the same water we're using. We've got a lot of water efficiency opportunities out there as well. So I continue to want to be a resource for all of you as we go forward in this beautiful, wonderful place we call home, Mendocino County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And seeing no one else in the room come forward, I'd like to go online to Amy Nguyen.
Hi, my name is Amy Nguyen. I'm with Nguyen Coastal Planning and Biology in Fort Bragg. Thank you, Chair, fellow supervisors and staff. On behalf of our team and many potential property owners and property owners that have consulted with us over the 15 to 18 years that we've been doing this, I would like to say that, why does it say, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, please,
oh,
please
okay.
go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, I got a little note that said, if I'm done talking, lower my hand. I'm still talking. Okay. So we've had, I'm trying to think about how many people we've had ask for this kind of tool. And we strongly support the inclusion of this sort of tool in the inland zoning. Very much look forward to this concept being brought to the coastal zone when that comes around. We've probably had at least a couple hundred potential property owners and property owners asked to utilize the movable tiny home as a tool for a way to either phase their own development, their own residential use of the property, or accommodate family members, family support members, workforce housing, etc. So love this concept. Please move forward post haste. Additionally, when we start looking at density in the coastal zone, I think it would be important to consider perhaps increasing density in our more already dense areas by allowing more than 2 dwellings on parcels, perhaps in our rural village areas or RR1 areas, etc. So just putting that in your guys' minds for the future. Thank you very much for this. I love seeing it. And on behalf of many people, we strongly support this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any additional hands online, and no one is coming forward in the room. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, the comment about demand, I just wanted to show you. I went to a fundraiser for tiny homes a couple months ago, and it was a packed event. And I met a new manufacturer that's setting up shop in Anderson Valley, building tiny homes that comply with our new code. And really, they're waiting on this to pass. But there was a lot of excitement, and I think Supervisor McGordy is probably aware that the ag community has made progress on farm worker housing. This is one more tool available. It's not appropriate for every situation, but I think in a county that desperately needs housing stock, this is something the county should be proud of.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy, did you have a question or comment?
I just want to thank Director Krog for record time on this. It's great. And I agree with everything that Supervisor Williams said, and that it offers a lot of flexibility for people in terms of affordable housing. There are places in the county where property is pretty reasonable, but building a home would be expensive. So this gives them the ability to have a space of their own that they own. So it extends the possibility of home ownership, and I just think it's a good move.
Thank you. I mean, this is something I've also been passionate about, not only as a city council member, as a supervisor. I sold insurance to tiny home owners. So I think this is a great step forward, and any opportunities to allow for more housing for our residents, I think is great. So thank you for the presentation today. And was there any other direction that we needed to give you? Are you good? Okay.
I'm all good, thank you.
Thank you so much. Taking a look at what we have left on the agenda, there is not a CEO report, and we have no legislative platform update. So supervisors, I can start with Supervisor Judy. Anything to report?
No.
No, thank you. And Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, the Great Redwood Trail is rolling out the master plan. It's a meeting tomorrow evening, 5:30 to 7:30 at the Convention Center in Ukiah. The TOT, we set up the ad hoc committee at the last meeting to discuss ways of funding pay increases. So the TOT committee, ad hoc committee met, and we'll be coming back next meeting or in the first meeting in May to present our findings. I did a tour of the Little Lake Health Clinic and then the land that was donated at the old Howard Hospital to the clinic, and looking at possibilities for that. Really exciting for the city of Willits. I met with Rich Molinari the other day, and this was after I'd met with tribal council members in in Round Valley. We had some comments this morning about dogs in Covelo, and certainly that is an issue. So I had that meeting with the Round Valley Indian tribes. The MAC discussed it the other night, and I met with Rich, and it's a very difficult problem for everyone. And so I think that there's going to have to be some policy review at the board level to really deal with the problems that we're having with, just people relinquishing their dogs, letting dogs go wild, feral, and I think that we're going to have to deal with it. So, and then I participated in the review of the RFP for energy services. That's part of the PG&E funding, and we had a couple vendors that we looked at, and so that should be coming forward soon, because those services will provide not only the consulting but also the contracting, getting the job done. So that's it.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
I have a few things to share with you. First of all, the Ukiah Valley Water Authority has been established, which will now consolidate water delivery from Ukiah to Redwood Valley, which is a critical development. The city of Ukiah has really been the driving force behind this. Originally, we'd hoped that we would have more than just Redwood Valley, Millview, and Ukiah joined together. There's still the possibility of Calpella and Willow water districts joining in the future when they feel like they can address some of the rate issues, which right now are kind of a discrepancy. But the water security that this offers, particularly to Redwood Valley, is fantastic. And again, as we look to grow some of our housing stock in particularly Redwood Valley, this offers a new opportunity to maybe end the moratorium there. And when we have a new 24-inch line capable of delivering a lot of water, it's going to be a much better situation, and it's going to be much better for fire safety as well. So it's major development in terms of what I call planning for the next 100 years for water. And the role of the county was basically me being supportive, and it was really the heavy lifting was done by the new JPA members, the individual water districts that decided to consolidate on this, along with Phil Williams and Sean White from the city of Ukiah, and also Jared Walker, who manages the water systems for pretty much the Ukiah Valley. So I'm really thrilled and glad to see it. I'd love to see something on the coast similar to it as well, because it offers water security then for everybody involved. The other thing that I've been working on a lot is trying to come up with an appropriate rate and fee for the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability agency. So again, unfunded state mandate, and the consultant who we're working with on this was trying to build us a GSA that was more compliant with the San Joaquin Valley than our situation that we have here on the North Coast. I've been really working hard with our members and of both the board and the technical advisory committee to bring something that is really properly sized. So I don't think we need to spend $1.7 million a year, which would cost us almost $300 an acre foot of the 700 or 7,000 acre feet. We want to get the fee down to something that is really more realistic, based on the fact that we really don't have a major problem with groundwater in Ukiah Valley. It's pretty sustainable. Our levels go up and down about 20 to 30 feet a year, even in drought years, and they usually recharge. We don't have subsidence going on where the land is sinking because we're pumping so much water. We don't have saltwater intrusion. We don't have water quality issues with any toxic substances. For the most part, there's a couple places that have a little bit of trouble with boron, but most of our water quality is quite high. So we're trying to come up with something that is affordable and is probably more in the range of about $300,000 to $500,000 a year to be totally compliant. And when you spread the cost out of that, it's pretty affordable, and then we keep the state happy. So that's basically all that I have for you today. Other than the last thing is that with Deputy CEO Dunnicliffe and Johnson, we were able to bring forward 2 qualified Ag Commissioner candidates who were interviewed today, and we hope to have a new Ag Commissioner pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Is, maybe for the CEO, is any of the McGuire 600,000 or 500,000 left for cannabis law enforcement? I wonder if that could help with the Covelo dog situation. It may be qualifying.
If I may, Chair, I'll have to take a look. Yeah, I would have to confirm. That was in planning and building.
Okay. County staff came to Bower Park in Walla on Saturday to give a presentation. It was very well done. Even though it was opening day of baseball, it was still had solid attendance. And that grant has been stuck for quite some time, and it seems like all of a sudden the county's really moving. And I got positive feedback from the public that they appreciated the county showing up well prepared, and they did some public feedback sessions determining priorities. And I think next step is to work with the schools in the area to ensure that there's youth feedback. There's not enough money to do everything, so the feedback is on of the available enhancements which have the greatest public support.
Supervisor McGordy, did you have something else to add?
One last comment too, and this is on the animal shelter program that we have and animal care in Mendocino County. I've been getting a lot of sort of negative emails about we're not stepping up to the plate. I'd like to remind the community to please take care of your animals, get them neutered, get them properly vaccinated, and don't turn them loose. I mean, and then blame us for not being able to take care of them. That's not fair. And I feel that our staff tries really hard to take care of the animals that they can, but obviously we're in a crisis situation where we're just being overwhelmed. But it's not their fault.
Thank you. I chair the Mendocino County Local Agency Formation Commission, and Phil Williams and Sean White from the city of Ukiah came to do a presentation about the water JPA in the Ukiah Valley. So if you'd like to see that, it is on YouTube, as is a community meeting that the Continuum of Care put on about housing support services and which agencies provide which type of housing support. And I think that's really important, that certainly, supervisors, but, members of our community understand which agencies are providing housing supports. On April 20th, it is an Earth Day celebration in Ukiah. There will be an event at Todd Grove Park from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There will be community service projects, as well as vendor booths, and the City of Ukiah Recreation Department is putting on a community yard sale once per month. So that will be happening at the same time to encourage people to reuse and reduce trash that goes to the landfill. On the same day, the Northern California Youth Policy Coalition and the League of Women Voters is putting on an Youth Empowerment Summit from 9:30 to 2 p.m. at the Ukiah High School. And I just encourage my colleagues here and any other representatives across Northern California to learn more about the coalition, but certainly to send youth to this event. They will be doing a mock Board of Supervisors meeting and then also learning how to put on candidate forums. And as someone that has recently participated in candidate forums, I think it would be fantastic to have more youth-led candidate forums and voter initiatives. So I'm very excited about the work that they're doing. Their website is ncypc.com. And that's all I have. So with that, we are adjourned.